Time is 6:30. We will call the June 1st Planning Commission to order. First item of business, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next up is the approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Next item is open forum. Consent agenda,
consent.
sorry. Skipping ahead of myself. On the consent agenda, we have the Planning Commission meeting minutes from April.
I'll make a motion for approval.
I'll second.
We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 3-0. On to open forum. Open forum is public comments limited to 3 minutes for non-agenda items. Is anyone here for open forum? And we have Ryan joining us online, so,
Paul is on his way.
and Paul's on his way.
Is that just for non-agenda?
Non-agenda items,
Things that aren't on your agenda?
correct.
Correct.
Correct. We do have a few agenda items that are a public hearing tonight, so we will invite the public up later for the
Okay.
public hearing items. All right. Seeing no one for open forum, we will move on to council update.
Okay, so for the 9th, we had a discussion, park improvements had, for Stevens, had a large, a bunch of change orders to the paths. So what we did was on the north path across the ravine, we approved that change order. The south one, we did not. I believe we're probably going to go back and have it rebid, only because it was such a big jump.
Which project was this?
There are two trail bridges going over the ravine at Stevens, and both of them took a hit due to bad soil conditions. So anyways, so yeah, we approved the north one. The south one, I think we're going to rebid that. Or I think we were going to go to them with an alternate approach, but I don't know if they're going to take it or not. There's some, the old village pump house, there's a pressure vessel in it that's going to get some work. And that was for the 9th. 23rd, we had a presentation from US Solar on what they would need to do some work on any properties that are anywhere near the 3-phase. We had our quarterly finance report. We had the land use proposal that you're going to talk about tonight, or at least I think you are. Oh, by the way, that didn't get on? Are you going to push that out? Because you were going to put it on your agenda, and I don't know if you guys. Anyways.
I think we're pushing it out.
Well, okay. And then there was the TIF bond approval for the cubes in that West French Lake Road. And then there was a long discussion on Deerwood sidewalks/lights. There was a few surprise discussions in there. It sounds like the lights are probably out. And then there's more discussion on the sidewalk, different approaches to that. And then we approved a utility vehicle for the fire department. And that's it.
All right. I guess moving on from council update, The first item is a public hearing on Ziegler Trucking Site Plan and Rezoning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is whoops, out of order, sorry. This is a site plan and rezoning request for Ziegler Trucking at 18151 Territorial Road. The site, let me switch to my pointer here. The site is in blue here. You can see that Ziegler right now is this red directly to the west of the site we're talking about, which is this piece. These properties are all guided industrial, which is this map here, excuse me, guided commercial, but it is currently still zoned in industrial zoning. So this zoning to business park is consistent with the underlying land use. The property is in the current MUSA area, the area that's planned, that is available for sewer and water. So the request is to rezone the site to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. We did review the building and site improvements to ensure that the rezoning doesn't create any nonconformities, because this is an existing building and parking area on the site, and it does not create any nonconformities with the rezoning. In your staff report, we've outlined excuse me, the findings of fact that we believe support the rezoning that is requested by the applicant. So on the north side of the screen, or the top of the screen, excuse me, is the west side of the property, Territorial Road on the right side of the screen. This is the property we're talking about. There is an existing building, parking lot, and storage yard. The applicant is proposing to use the building for auto sales. They are requesting really only one real site improvement, which is a connection between the Ziegler equipment site to the west and this property. The application is actually for auto sales and auto rentals within the existing building. That is an allowed use in the B4 district. Certainly, the property is owned by the same landowner, so staff has no objections to a pathway that connects the two properties. But do want to be clear that the approval is for auto sales. The applicant did speak with Kevin Shea, the planner, this afternoon, just to clarify this. But the current zoning doesn't allow warehouse and storage on this property, nor does it allow a user on one property to use another property for storage. So this is really for this auto storage use, not the retail or the sale or rental of equipment that's happening on the property to the west. So the 28,000 roughly square foot building will house the proposed use for the sale of alternative fuel vehicles. No proposed modifications are made to the building under this plan. The off-site loading area will be repaved or resurfaced, I should say, and a retaining wall on site will be reconstructed, but really no significant changes to the property to allow this new use. I mentioned the shared driveway already would allow employees to move between the two Ziegler properties, completely appropriate. We would do a cross-access agreement between the two properties. And that's mostly if one of the properties were to sell. We want to have something in place that allows that to cross the property lines, and also an encroachment agreement over the city's drainage and utility easement. The access on Territorial Road for each of the two lots, the existing property and the one for the vehicle sales, will remain. So this evening, we're asking the Planning Commission to review the request, discuss it, and make a recommendation to the City Council. This is a public hearing, as I mentioned, but I'd be happy to answer any questions before you open that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, question. You said the cross-access agreement. I guess I'm trying to understand why it would be necessary in this one, because if the other property one of these two properties were to sell separately, the first thing they'd want to do is get rid of the cross-access agreement. So I'm struggling with maybe why the necessity of actually having it. If they want to connect them, they connect them, but I guess if the properties ever sell, that's going to have to be removed.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, while that may be true, it also, if the properties sell, would require removal of it. And that doesn't always happen. I am very familiar with circumstances where it doesn't. We believe that having that has two purposes. One, we have an encroachment agreement for the city easement. We have the private agreement between those two parties. The city is not part of it, but it does protect both parcels, I believe, from those sales. You're right. They could sell separately and want to vacate that and remove that cross-access. That's a private agreement that can happen, as you know very well, very easily. It does not need to come back to the city, but we think it provides protection for those landowners in the future. Certainly, Planning Commission could recommend that that not be a condition. We just think it helps protect the landowners over time.
Yeah, given they're the same, I guess I'm failing to see the connection, but yeah. If it were two separate property owners and it served a purpose, then I could see the necessity then. But
Can I address that?
In one minute, let's just make sure. Any other questions for staff on this one?
No.
Okay. I'm assuming you're the applicant.
Yeah, I'm Wayne Hilbert with CH Architects.
Yeah.
representing Ziegler.
Yeah, why don't you come forward and then we'll open the public hearing after this. Name and address?
Yeah, Wayne Hilbert, CNH Architects, 7300 West 147th Street, Suite 504, Apple Valley, Minnesota. We also agree that because it's the same owner, we don't really see a reason to have a cross-access agreement. If Ziegler ever did sell that other piece of property, they wouldn't want to have any access between those two. So for us, we just don't see, we actually were going to question why we have it, and so we don't see a reason for it.
since you're up here.
Yeah.
So when I was reading through your application, a couple of things that I was a little confused on is there was a 5-vehicle reference. So
Yes.
can you just maybe so my understanding was you're going to have like 1 vehicle in the building and maybe 4 outside waiting for pickups and delivery.
No, actually, there are no pickups and deliveries here. What happens is that a customer comes in, and if they want to try out, it's an e-truck, by the way, and if they want to try out an e-truck and look it over, they can do that on the site. But the e-trucks will be delivered directly to the customers.
Okay.
So, a customer may come in, see the trucks, order 20 of them, and those trucks would be delivered directly to them, and they wouldn't be stored on the site.
Okay.
Is what the intention
What
is.
kind of trucks?
They're e-trucks.
Oh, but I
Pickup
mean,
trucks?
No, they're like local distribution trucks. So
Okay.
they're battery operated, so they don't go like cross country or anything. But they would be more doing deliveries like within Twin Cities.
Okay.
Like a UPS truck? I'm just making sure I got the right truck here.
Yeah, how big of a truck?
You want to jump in here?
I'll come up.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Terry Draper, Ziegler Caterpillar, 901 West 94th Street, Bloomington, Minnesota, 55420. Yeah, what it is, like Wayne said, it's a full-on inner-city delivery truck. So it's a full-size tractor for a tractor trailer. It's a cab-over truck. The dealership will be modeled after like a Tesla dealer, where there's one for you to come look at and drive. If you want one, then we will order one for you. So there wouldn't be more than 1 or 2 on property at more than one time unless somebody bought a couple, but we don't choose to have inventory.
So this is a 28,000 square foot building, and you're storing 2 trucks in there.
Storing a truck in there.
So what else do you use
We're
the
gonna have
building for?
parts in there, and we'll be able to service them, and I don't know. We're just
Correct
getting
me if
going.
I'm
We're
wrong.
just getting going here
Right,
on
this is
this, right? New new deal, and we bought this building a year ago or 2 years ago. We let Gear Tie stay in there until they were able to find a new home.
So just, I'm sorry, but the reason why you got this is just because it's next door to Ziegler?
Yep, we
and
bought
you'll-
this because it's adjoining our property.
Okay.
That is
And
100% correct.
it's an existing building.
It's an existing building.
So it's not a new.
It's nothing. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think where maybe John's going to is that I'm in a way trying to protect you guys too, because if you rezone this to B4, that changes what you can do inside the building compared to, being BP. And that's why I had the same question go through my brain as John did, is that's 28,000 square foot building. If you're only going to be storing, can these trucks even fit in the building?
They will be able to,
Okay.
yeah.
Good. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand that too.
Yeah, our goal right now is to get this so we can sell trucks out of here, so we can sell this.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we'll be back here because we do want the zoning, we want to be able to do what we're doing next door there as well, right? We want this to be a full-service Ziegler facility like we are right across the lawn. We know that's a ways away yet here, but we wanted to start here and
Yep.
But this has come up fairly quickly, so we wanted to be able to get into this building with the e-truck operation as soon as we can.
Yep. So with the changing the B4 and kind of more related to the site plan, how crucial is that gravel parking area behind it? Meaning,
we're not gonna park anything back there.
okay,
It's not crucial at this stage.
yeah, and I only say that because obviously it's a commercial district and it's different requirements than what's going on if you were to park stuff back there.
In the gravel's existing?
It is.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
In the application, there was quite a bit of discussion, and this is where the confusion in my brain came into about rental happening on this facility. Is that more leasing of trucks, or was it just an
We
over?
will not be leasing trucks, and we won't be renting equipment out of there. I guess I'm not really sure where that came from. Originally, we would like to store some rental equipment in that back building, is what we had originally hoped for.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The facility on the north side is a rental facility,
Yep,
and then this would be
Yep.
the e-truck facility, but there are some functions on both sites that would be nice to be able to combine.
overlap.
Yeah.
So that's where the comment of the existing zoning doesn't work for storage, and that's the reason for needing to rezone it. So, okay.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, down the road, we'd probably be coming back and trying to combine these two properties so that they could be
Just
treated
one.
the same way as one, but because of the timing, we wanted to get at least the e-truck division in here as quickly as it could.
And when you say combining, like combining the two properties as one?
We don't know how we're gonna do that yet, because this
Okay.
just came up today.
Okay.
But ultimately, they would function similar to each other.
Mhm.
Yeah. Ultimately.
Sure.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, I could pull up the code, but equipment rental is allowed in B4, correct? It just needs to be the same business operating out of it. It can't be the adjacent business.
Correct. What isn't is the just warehousing or storage.
Yep.
Right. So it's got to be a primary business and then this, on that site.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. We can deal with that later, right? That's fine. The
We've
storage is
gone through
really-
some changes in our zoning code recently, and that's what's, we're
Yeah.
sorting
Yeah,
through
that's
it.
what I heard,
We
yeah.
just learned that, yeah. You
So
know,
the
peop-
storage really for the operations is what it is. It's not,
Yeah,
we're not working.
we're not storing stuff for people, right?
Right.
This is
It's yeah,
our
it's
own
for-
equipment.
it's for your
We
business,
need to
yeah.
go out on rent, yeah.
Right.
Any other questions for the applicant? No. At this time? We may call you back up after the
Okay,
public hearing.
sounds good.
Before you just leave,
yeah.
because we probably will talk about this connection path a little bit. How crucial is it to connect that path?
It is crucial because of, I mean, there's a wash bay on the other side. there's
Got it.
a
Loading
loading ramp
docks.
on that other side.
And we're trying to stay
So-
off the road, right, so we can just cut between our yards
Okay.
there, right? And we're just gonna. we
And
already
what sort of
have-
stuff's going to be moving back and forth, though?
Just that truck, as we wash trucks and
Okay.
be unloaded at the dock. We didn't want to build another dock over here. There's really not that type of room in that backyard, and we didn't want to be on that gravel back there, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a yard dock, a yard ramp, so The existing building has a dock on it that you pull up like a semi to, but the rental facility has a yard dock where you can
For
pull up
back.
and then.
Ramp that you drive
And then-
up onto.
Yeah,
Exactly.
for
Okay.
any height, right? We got flatbed height, we got drop deck, we got detach over there, and then we have, the wash bay that we built 2 years ago over there.
Okay.
We wanted to be able to utilize all that, because we didn't want to build it again on this side of the street, or of the yard.
Okay.
Hey, how many employees will you have here?
In
at-
this
At this building?
5.
Okay. So, I know,
For 5 people in 2 trucks.
yeah.
It's an existing building.
Yep.
Yeah, I think if we were to design it from scratch, it wouldn't be this big. But
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At 6:50, I am going to open the public hearing for the Ziegler Trucking Site Plan and Rezoning. If there's anyone who'd like to come and discuss this item, please feel free. I don't see anyone online.
No one online, Mr. Chair.
All right, I will close the public hearing. Discussion.
I don't really have big concerns with their use. I have more concerns with our guided land use and zoning and sorting through those issues. That's why I just want to make sure we do this right. This is a commercially guided area, and the connection of territorial between Brockton and Dayton Parkway is probably a great area for higher volume type of commercial uses. And so I just want to make sure that, this is an existing building and what they're applying for is allowed. Obviously, they're hoping to connect it, and so I want to be clear to the applicant as best we can at this point about how we view this in the long term too, I guess.
Pretty quiet. So the cross-access agreement, I guess I would tend to agree. I don't know, I'm not sure that's necessary. With the encroachment agreement, is that just a standard drainage utility easement that the driveway goes over?
Yes.
So do we normally require encroachment agreements for driveways?
Yes.
For any kind of driveway?
Not passing through the front yard, of course. but,
Okay. Anything other than the front
encroachments on
door?
the side
Okay.
yard, as far as anywhere.
How critical is this particular drainage encroachment, like to have them request to remove it or not remove it? Does it really matter too much?
I would say not critical. There's not infrastructure in there. It's just for drainage purposes or access to other areas. I suspect they can
Yep.
avoid any local drainage concerns or issues with the construction.
Would that change if the adjacent property to the east were to have like an application to be redeveloped with a fast food or a convenience store or anything like that?
I'd have to look closer. Probably not. At least not something,
Okay.
not that couldn't be managed.
And if we had an encroachment agreement, that could be managed better via that?
I don't know if it would pertain that
Okay.
situation.
The encroachment agreement is really to protect the
The city.
city, so that if we do need to use that easement, the applicant is aware that they are making an improvement in a city easement, and they are responsible if we have to go in and do some work.
This kind of reminds me of our Opus one, where we actually did some, re-guided the property industrial. And I'm not suggesting that, but it seems like, we have an industrial building and they're trying to make it work for a commercial use. If they're just doing truck sales and truck rentals out of there, I guess I have no problem. Or even if they run their equipment, but I do understand the point of connecting the properties creates an issue.
I can't remember what the building looks like on this, but, assuming it's just more of an industrial building versus a fancy
Yeah, it's a
electric vehicle.
insulated steel building.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah, so, again, I'm neutral, I guess I'm going to say, on the cross-access. agreement, but if that's staff's recommendation, I'm fine with it.
I guess by having it, and someday they sell it separately, we're just putting the burden on them to get rid of it. I mean, they're going to have to get rid of the road anyway if they sell the property separately.
It'd be up to the future owner's choice, but yeah.
Yeah, and, yeah, well, Ziegler would get rid of it if they sold one property in a heartbeat, because you don't, like you just said, you're not gonna put it on if you both own both sides of it.
I guess where I struggle with that is they might only get rid of it up to their property line on the half that they keep.
I guess I'm not following that.
Why would you get rid of it on the property that you sell? If there's a fence there, they would, I would be more concerned that they'd only get rid of it up to the fence. So that's just my concern, but it's a pretty minor issue.
Yeah, it's a mutual agreement, so it would apply to both, but yeah.
Yep. I'm kind of like John, I'm indifferent on if it's needed or not.
I don't think it's needed, but I don't think it's a big deal if you throw it in there, but I don't think it's needed at all.
I'm indifferent on the cross-access easement. I guess I don't fully understand the pros and cons of having it there. I mean, I'll trust you guys on that one, but otherwise I feel like it's a pretty straightforward application, and the intended use fits the area, and I know the area is changing rapidly with the interchange, but it still fits the mold of what we have there, and it's a companion property or a business to right next door, the current Ziegler facility, so I don't have any issues with the proposed.
We don't have any landscaping requirements with the site plan that would be applicable to this?
We don't, because it's an existing building, so we
Okay.
don't typically add those. Certainly the commission could discuss, but because it's an existing building that's just changing uses, we did not require additional landscaping.
Okay. Is there, if the applicant just nod yes or no, do you plan on adding any landscaping to this?
At the current time, we weren't planning.
No? Okay.
I would imagine, John, if the applicant's desire is to combine the two properties at some point, then we would request additional landscaping. To me, this seems like a proof of concept. They want to prove that this is a good operation and a good business for them to venture into. Personally, I like seeing a business in our city grow and grow in a technology that is new and unique to the area. Yeah. Or anything, so I'm interested in this.
Yeah,
and seeing what
yeah. I
happens.
have no problem with the rezoning of it. I think the applicant heard it just to make sure that, as they try to tie them together to work through those issues. But what they're asking for is allowed in the B4, and I don't have, if it's limited to trucks and sales of trucks on the site. With that being said, then I'll make a motion to rezone the property from Business Park to B4.
A motion from Brown. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Crossland. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Do we need a motion on the site plan?
Oh,
Yeah, just
On the-
clarification, was the motion approval of the rezoning and the site plan, and we should do
it
a
was just
roll call
the
for
re-
Commissioner,
the rezoning.
just the rezoning? Okay.
Is Ryan still online?
He is.
Oh,
Oh,
I
I don't know what
apologize.
is happening with this computer over here, but it's being very fritzy. I wondered if you were, I'm the owner. And then, so, yes, Commissioner Malton is online and should be able to, as a participant, as a panelist, excuse me, we should be able to just ask for his vote if you would like to call.
Is-
for a roll call.
Yeah, I guess then we will change to roll call voting.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Mr. Chair, for this evening, since we have a remote.
So
Does Ryan have any comments? I wonder.
I guess, Ryan, did you have any comments? Can he?
He is unmuted. And I can see he's speaking, I think, because his microphone's moving, but I don't know what is happening with that. If he was unmuted, I'll ask him to unmute again. Okay, he is unmuted. Ryan? Having a little technical difficulty on this end. I don't know if you can hear us, but I think it's because we have the black screen of death over here that's
Could be.
probably not helping.
Just do a roll call.
This is not connecting. Are you connected into ours?
No, I just signed in on Zoom
wrong? Do you
under
have
that
technology?
Zoom login.
Column?
And then Zach signed in here
Maybe you
as
could
himself.
type his response in the chat,
Or
or if he has any questions.
I think Ryan, or I think Zach might have signed off.
You might have to turn up the volume on your computer as loud as you can, just so the council or the commission members can hear, because otherwise.
They told
just-
me this one had to be muted, and that one had the volume.
Well, we lost it here, so.
Okay, I will unmute myself
see if
here.
it does anything.
Okay. Ryan, I'm going to ask you to unmute again. And see if we can hear you now.
Yep.
Well, can you hear him?
A
Because I
little
can
bit.
hear him
He's
here.
quiet, but
I think it's just coming off my computer,
Yes.
but we can hear you now. And we're working on the other thing.
apologies to the audience for the technical difficulties.
So Ryan, Commissioner, if you were speaking when the chair asked if you had comments, we didn't hear it, so.
I don't have any comments on the Ziegler one, no.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Ryan, we're going to do a roll call vote. We'll start with you.
So this is for the rezone.
The rezoning of the site from BP to B4.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in favor of going ahead with the rezoning.
So yay from Molson,
Yay.
yay from Crossland,
Yep.
yay from Sebald,
Hey,
yay from Brown, and yay from Demuth. Motion passes 5-0.
Sounds a lot like me.
I know.
I'll follow that up with a motion to approve the site plan.
I'll second. Keep it consistent.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the site plan. We'll go in the same order.
Mr. Chair. With the conditions in the staff report, or?
Oh. The only condition that I'd consider striking, I guess, is the cross-access easement. I just don't think it's necessary. Just a legal document that they have to go through and file, to unfile someday if they ever unwind the properties.
Darren, does it change the way they can use the property right now?
No. So if there were, say, two separate owners of these properties and say that one tenant leased the back of the property, then it might make sense to put a cross-access easement in to protect that tenant. And then, so basically, both owners are agreeing to it. But in this case, it's the same owners on both properties.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that.
Second?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'll second that still.
Yeah, so my motion was to remove the cross-access easement requirement.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'm looking to you to see if there's any from Ryan.
He is on mute.
Okay. All right, we will do a roll call vote again. We'll start with Malton,
Yeah, I'd vote to approve.
Crossland,
Yay.
Yeah.
Sebald,
Okay.
Brown. And I'll vote yay. Motion passes 5-0.
When does this go to
We'll
the council?
Council meeting on the
27.
27th.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
We're getting back in and loaded up. Take just a...
Even though it's on that.
Are you guys holding until the next item?
Yeah, unless
Yeah,
we have
that'd be
anything
good.
else to discuss.
We'll just
at
try
this
to
moment.
log in a different way and get this back online. I don't know why it went black.
The presentation might be useful to have it up there.
Yeah, yes, I don't think we can do it without it.
We could, just be more useful. We might have to, that's why I say that.
I should say as easily.
There's distractions. I was
So
thinking
I
if we
did
can-
log in.
we can move
I
item
logged in, I think, just by
9A,
going
but
to Zoom before, so let's try that.
Well, let's, I know.
that's okay.
Everyone look at your calendars for 9A if we need to move that. We need-
July 6th, yikes.
Yeah.
I'm actually around, so it works for me.
For next month?
But I can understand why it might not work for people.
Yeah.
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. If John's here, I'll be here.
I'm deciding.
It's rushing tonight.
Oh, I'll be here.
Oh, yeah, you had three things going on.
Yeah. Our practice got canceled, so.
Oh. Where was it going to be?
See, I'm just wondering, because I'm there,
like
I think I
Oxbow or something.
probably have to log out and sign in as her on my computer.
Just trying to get the Zoom function working.
I think so.
That's probably not as critical.
Oh, maybe not.
That's how they're presenting.
Ryan's the only one online. Is Ryan the only one online right now?
We do have someone else online. We have 5 other people online.
Okay.
But as we're trying to work to get logged back in, Mr. Chair, I think it is a good idea maybe just to look at as we're working on that. We want to make sure we have a quorum for the July 6th meeting, and I did not hear that. Do we have a quorum?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm available.
Yeah. So, at
Good,
least 4.
because we have several items on that agenda.
All right.
And we just, because it's a holiday week, we wanted to make sure that we had that.
I'll be around for the July 6th meeting as well.
Excellent.
It's a dedicated group.
For those online, thank you for your patience. We are trying to get the Zoom meeting back. I'm not sure how we lost it, but at least in the room we lost it. I'm not sure what you can see, but give us just a minute because, of course, now that computer needs an update to get into Zoom.
While we're waiting and we're talking, we just talked a little bit about B4, how we struck warehouse. One thing that we didn't do a great job on was cleaning up all the B4 code. Because I believe, and you might want to run this back by council, but the intent was to get rid of, not just say office warehouse, but to get rid of industrial out of commercial guided land areas. And I think we did that mainly by getting rid of office warehouse, but there's a lot of industrial language still in the B4 code and the purpose and stuff like that.
All right. I've taken note of that. Okay, hang on.
Does this mean we cut everyone's time down to 1 minute?
We'll start with yours.
Start with mine? Okay, fair enough.
Oh, I see. All right.
And I'd just like to go on record, I don't think it's because I'm subbing today. An issue.
Okay, it looks like it just joined without having to do that.
Hey.
Okay.
Well, while we're all sitting here, I mean, is there any other?
Yours. Okay.
But I don't know what that is.
I was gonna say if there's any other updates from council or staff on anything? No. It's
I do know
40 people sitting in the same elevator.
I do know with the construction going on 81 and Zanzibar, it was a pain to get to the north side of town,
That's
Yeah.
me.
on the west side of town this afternoon.
Which one? Oh, you know.
I don't know. There's one lane closed.
Culverts, I believe.
Yeah, north of Dayton Parkway. It might even be outside the city.
No,
That's still me.
it's between Dayton Parkway and Troy Lane. They're
Is it?
actually installing the raised median for the right in, right out at
Yeah.
the inland
That's
project of the Dayton 94.
Yep.
So that's going to be in place for about 2 weeks.
I'm gonna try to come over again.
Northbound only.
Yes.
So it says Amy will be rejoining.
It's not doing it back. It keeps saying failed to change to a panelist.
Why don't I just log out of this and just go up there?
No. So what do I need to do?
Is Ryan in the hospital?
I'll just log out of this and stay in there.
I thought Scott was coming to save the day.
Correct. That's correct.
I'll admit I would have been a little shocked.
Okay. I don't know if we can do that. We're right in the middle of the meeting. I just think we're just gonna have to do it. Okay. All right. Okay, let me just re-log in. Okay. All right, see you later. Okay, we are just gonna have to just try to log in again and just not make this panelist. So I'm just gonna have to do this one more time, and that's gonna be how it's gonna be, so let me do this one more time. I'm sorry. I have no idea what happened there.
Yeah, I kept seeing it flicker. and
Big
it was
enough.
freaking me out.
Enough width. Just my opinion.
All right, if you can just accept that one then.
So she's in.
She's in, so we're just gonna have to try to share the screen, or we just have audio, so.
Okay, so will the audio go from
I feel like I should have a story, but
then?
not a good story.
Okay, so I need to
Oh,
unmute
yeah.
myself.
I'm not a story joke person. I just like stories in my head, you know.
It's always funnier in my head. It is out loud,
I think I
yeah.
have to unmute.
I know
that.
how that works.
Okay.
I don't know if that's good.
Okay. Think
Quiet.
Zach's hearing me? Can you hear me if you're on the Zoom call? Zach, you're on?
I can hear you guys again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we are prepared, Mr. Chair, to get back to business with the second public hearing.
Okay. So item, I lost the item.
7B.
7B, Fisher Farms Event Center Ordinance Amendment and IUP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a two-part request. There is first a request to amend the zoning ordinance to allow event centers as a use. And if that passes, and event centers allowed, and event centers are allowed as an interim use, then the applicant would proceed with an interim use permit this evening. The ordinance amendment applies citywide in certain zoning districts, so that's important to remember. The interim use permit, if the ordinance passes, is being requested by Amanda Fisher for property on 16900 North Diamond Lake Road. It's a 66-acre site that is guided low-density residential and zoned A1. It is in the 2040 MUSA staging area. But again, the first step in this evening's action for this public hearing is to consider changing the zoning ordinance to allow event centers as a use in the A1 zoning district. Event centers have become a really hot topic in cities like Dayton. Event centers, though, have a pretty broad, can have a pretty broad definition. And it can include a wide variety of uses with a public assembly. It could be private retreats and meeting facilities. One thing we get a lot of calls about is wedding barns, concert venues, things like that. So it's very broad across the spectrum. It can also include apple orchards and more agribusiness type uses. If the pumpkin patch came in today, we would consider that an event center under this ordinance. That's an existing use that is legally permitted. But some of these uses are uses that you more often would see in commercial districts, but because of the unique nature of a wedding barn, which wants to happen in a barn, for example, or apple orchards, they do take place in rural areas. A lot of communities in the Twin Cities have these types of uses as permitted uses. And so when this application came in, staff reviewed a number of cities' ordinances by way of background and developed potential ordinance language that is in the packet. Typically, these types of uses, because they are different than the traditional residential and agricultural uses we expect to see in our rural areas, they typically get handled by cities as either an interim use permit or a conditional use permit. And as you know, a conditional use permit runs with the property. An interim use permit is used because there are unique characteristics about a particular business that the city may want to limit, may not want it to run in perpetuity for one reason or another. So it has a sunset clause. And depending on what type of an IUP it is, it could be a number of triggers. It could be a date. Often it's a sale of property. It could be a rezoning request. There's a number of tools we can use to trigger the interim use permit. But the distinction, again, a conditional use runs with the land, an interim use permit is issued to a person for a use on a particular property. But the thing they both have in common is they have standards, and standards can be used to mitigate the effects of any use on adjacent property. Staff is recommending that the event center be allowed in the A1 district as an interim use permit. Interim use permits are subject to the standards in section 1001.23, which applies to all interim use and conditional use permits. They're very generic standards. But based on our research of other event center type things, we have identified other standards related to parking, noise, hours of operation, occupancy type, lighting, utilities, and buffering. And again, the standards that we've drafted, you'll note, are pretty expansive because these types of uses vary widely from, again, an apple orchard, pumpkin patch to a wedding barn. And so we need to be able to be flexible to respond to the types of uses that come in under this event center category. The draft ordinance standards are in the packet, so I'm just going to quickly summarize, but it does include a requirement that access be from a paved street. It limits hours of operation. The city then, as part of an interim use permit, has the ability to limit the number of guests, where parking is, where structures are, how the setbacks get applied. Noise would need to comply with the code requirements, the MPCA standards. We are suggesting that no amplifications be allowed after 10. We deal with how restrooms are provided. Sometimes in these types of venues, there's a facility that has indoor restrooms, but often they are agribusiness type uses that have portable toilets. And so we want to make sure that those are designed in a way that protects neighboring properties from those types of facilities. Off-street parking, we provided parking standards. We require screening, depending on the use, again, because you're not going to screen from an apple orchard the same way you would from a wedding barn. Light fixtures, we do prohibit overnight camping. That's something that when we talk to other cities that comes up a lot. If you have something like a concert venue or a retreat center, and we do not think that we want to start allowing overnight camping as part of that. We also allow the city to approve signage as part of the IUP. And then lastly, any interim use permit for an event center would need to comply with the state health codes and building codes, which includes the fire codes and any liquor license requirements. Again, everyone's a little different, so we can't put something specific, but just to say that you need to comply with all of those general development standards. So we've prepared a draft ordinance for Planning Commission consideration. The applicant acknowledged that while the city was reviewing the ordinance, there was some risk to proceeding with an interim use permit application, but she chose to proceed with them concurrently. So our analysis of the interim use permit is based on this draft ordinance, and again, as Planning Commission looks at this and perhaps changes some things that might affect the analysis of the interim use permit. So I want to be clear that this is running in concurrently at the applicant's request. The interim use permit that is currently being requested is to allow the property to be planted as an apple orchard, and then as that develops, to host tented events or events in tents with a gravel parking lot. The applicant's plan long-term is to build a permanent event center structure. That is not part of tonight's IUP. We simply don't have enough information yet. So tonight's request is to allow a gravel parking lot and tented events in support of this event center. The event center as a permanent structure would require an interim use permit amendment to come back through this process, just as any other conditional use permit or interim use permit. When you change something, you need to come back through this public hearing process. Our recommendation is that that it be done as an interim use permit, and the interim use permit expires when ownership of the parcel changes. We use this in a lot of cities for these types of uses, and what it means is that the property can sell and a new owner can buy the property. They simply need to come back to the city and ask for a new interim use permit to transfer the interim use permit to the new owner. That gives the city the chance to make sure that the new owner is in compliance with the IUP standards. It also allows the city to then do a check-in under the new owner to make sure that the mitigation strategies needed to protect surrounding residents are in place. The interim use permit plan does show a gravel parking lot with access from County Road 144, and the county has weighed in and provided preliminary comments that they are comfortable with that access for now. But when a permanent structure comes in, they're going to want a permanent access review, and that likely will require some other improvements. The access at that point would need to be moved to Lawndale from the county road. The county road would be closed. That is not part of tonight's request. As part of tonight's, we have a condition that they receive that county access permit prior to beginning construction. Mr. Chair, happy to answer any questions. Again, this is a conditional use, a public hearing for the ordinance amendment and the interim use permit.
All right. Questions for staff?
I have one general question with so when an entity wants to have an event right now, over 200 people will come in and apply for a permit. If we passed an event center ordinance, do they still need to apply for a permit every time the event's over 200?
That is correct. Now, whether, long-term, if the event center as a permanent structure went in, there may be some way to work with the police department to...
Yeah, it makes sense to some sort of notification process so people are...
Right, that's our large assembly permit is required from police for more than 200 people. So yes, for each event.
Have other cities attempted to define events in their ordinance of what they're going to allow or not allow, like weddings, concerts, blah, 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 stuff like that?
Commissioner, most of the ordinances we reviewed were pretty generic. I will tell you that most of what I see in my other cities are people wanting to do wedding barns, and a far distant second is agritourism type uses.
And then if you got to the point of issuing an IUP, does the IUP get very specific to the events that the applicant's wishing to host then? That's when you can tie to one specific. So if they want to do weddings and some other events, they have to call it out and let us know, and that's what goes into the IUP. So they can't all of a sudden do a concert all of a sudden.
That's correct. We had, I also worked for the city of Corcoran, and we had a landowner who wanted to do a retreat center that included concerts in the summer. And so we were very specific about how many, hours of operation, noise in that case, and lighting and pyrotechnics. So yes, you could. That's why we keep it very general, and then as part of the IUP, drill down to the mitigation strategies.
Yeah, I think, in this where we're requiring an improved parking area, so gravel. I mean, there's a significant expense with that. I mean, I can think of, I was at an outdoor farm concert with a couple thousand people who were just all parking on a farm field, and there's some expense with losing whatever crop that was, but it made up the difference in ticket sales. But in this case, I mean, there's, you're going to have the applicant that says, I'm putting in an acre or 2 acres of gravel. And that defines how many people can be there, essentially, just by the number of cars you can fit.
When you defined your max occupancy of what was it? I forget, it was the two people per car. Mm-hmm. Are you factoring in staffing too a little bit with that overall ratio?
I think we're talking about the parking requirements. We said would be based on the occupancy of the event center and require one space for 2 guests. And that's a great point. I don't think it specifically factors in staff. And so I think that is something we could certainly look at in that.
Yeah, that might be enough even with, I don't know.
And that was related to the IUP, so the ordinance kept it open so that we could respond to individual ones. In this case, I think because of the smaller scale on this current IUP request, we felt that one space per 2 guests was probably more than enough, given that at an apple orchard you may have, families with cars full of people. So.
And then are we breaking this up into 2 parts again for the ordinance amendment and then for the IEP specific to
This one, I think we need to.
Yeah, I agree.
When we break it up, I guess part of me wants to hear from the applicant as a good test example of if you pass an ordinance of
Does it work?
does it work, and what their maybe experiences with event centers too. But I agree with you as far as the voting.
I think we can do I'm going to propose we do the public hearing and the applicant at once, all together, and then discuss each motion individually based on what we hear. And obviously, if we need feedback from the applicant, bring them back up. I did have one question related to the IUP and ownership. A lot of times parcels like this become in like a trust, and so that trust then doesn't change ownership very often. And so that may be something we want to consider with venues like this.
Well, on the flip side, you can always rent out the event center too to another business entity and
Right,
still
you can
retain
lease it.
ownership. So,
And the other
Right.
issue that I run into all the time with IUPs and CUPs is once the banks understand that it only transfers with ownership,
they're not going to.
you're not going to get big investments from banks
Yeah.
to finance stuff. There's just too much risk because you have to go through the whole process again, and political environments can change, and it's a lot of risk.
But also whether it's an IEP or CUP, I mean, if there's some kind of a nuisance, I mean, the city can always revoke
yeah.
that.
Oh,
permit too, so.
understood.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about it.
I think each one's its unique case.
Yes.
And sometimes you can tie it to change of ownership or a date. So if it happens to change ownership before a date, or you can throw a date in there. Like, I don't know what that date would be. I guess we got some more questions if we get that far, I guess.
Paul, anything?
No, I'd like to hear from the applicant and just the public.
Ryan, do you have anything for staff?
Nothing in particular, no.
Okay. Is the applicant present in the room?
Yep, here's Amanda Fisher.
Would you like to come forward and... Name and address, please.
Amanda Fisher, like this address or
This address, I think would be fine.
16900 North Diamond Lake Road?
Thank you.
Hello.
I guess, do you want to tell us a little bit about your project and kind of some of the ideas behind what sparked the interim use permit and what you want to do?
Well, I'm planning to plant the bulk of the 56 tillable acres with apple orchard and berry orchard, pickable for guests to come and either pick their own, or part of the event center building will be a space for them to come in and enjoy cider or pie, or pick their apples out of barrels versus the field. During picking season, things like hay rides, stuff like that, kind of just that family feel to the space. In terms of non-picking season, open for wedding events, corporate events, family reunions, a lot more like that low-key stuff. I'm not really looking, you guys were asking about concerts and stuff. That's not really on my agenda for what I plan to use the property for. So I guess that's kind of the basis of it, until I raise funds to build the event center, like we were talking, using the space for tented outdoor events.
How big of a tent would you build?
Right now I would rent tents.
Okay.
From various rental companies, and so they come in and set everything up professionally. I think I was going to max out at maybe a 300-person party. I know my own wedding 10 years ago was 200 people in a bigger hotel, so that's about what people are kind of maxing out their sizes at. So.
Okay. How long does it take to grow a mature apple tree?
Anywhere from 2 to 8 years. So I've got some smaller ones planted already. I've got some larger ones that could potentially start producing in a couple years. So it all varies upon how well it's fertilized and groomed and taken care of.
And I guess I'm not familiar. Do we have any apple orchards in Dayton?
There,
commercial orchards?
there used to be one open to the public right on, yeah,
Grandstrom.
Grandstone.
Oh,
And
okay.
then, there will be, I think, one on East French Lake, small.
And there used to be one on the corner of 129th and Fernbrook as well.
Yes, Warwas. Yeah.
Yeah, so there used to be a couple.
With the existing improvements on the site, how are they going to incorporate into the potential event center use? Is that going to be the main hub, or?
Where the existing barns are is going to be where my plan for the main event center will be. 3 of the barns, the smaller ones, I plan to move out into the farm area, into the orchard area in the next year or two before I obviously start building. Preserving the feel of what's already been there. There's also a plan to build a pole barn out in the field as well, and drill another well out there for irrigation, to house that, to kind of have like a nursery area too, where I can cultivate my own trees for potentially planting for the 5-year plan of the orchard.
So the pole barn, I mean, that's not going to be part of the event center. That's more of call it the agricultural side of the business.
Yes.
Is there a residence on the property now, or is it just part?
Just farmland.
Shoreline. The front building could be turned into a legal residence based off of how it is physically already, but it would require a few more things to make it there, and a septic system, bathroom, kitchen, those kind of things, but nothing there currently, no.
Okay. Do you operate event centers anywhere else?
I don't, but my husband and I have been operating a business for the last 13 years. We're based out of Rogers right now, so.
Have you had an orchard before?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm not afraid of a challenge.
Sure.
I noticed in the application there was a building sketch of what a potential event center may or may not look like.
Correct.
I guess the thought process that I'd like to understand a little bit about, how many square feet was that building?
The main event building is a 50 by 100, and then there would be approximately 50 by 50 building in the middle building would be. Three levels to that: basement storage, main level would be a full commercial kitchen, and then upstairs would be kind of a dressing staging area. The front building is the existing main barn you see from the road, and just kind of turning that into like an office space.
No. Have you thought about, if you build those buildings of that size, how that max occupancy of 300 people, is it still going to be about that, you think, or?
Yeah.
And this plan, is that designed by an architect or drafter?
It's a mechanical designer so far. Just
Okay.
kind of getting some sketches on paper, and then we will, as we get the final approximate design, it'll transfer over to an architect and get all the legal parameters in place.
Okay.
And the too much in minutia, but that size of a building will be over 300 occupants from a building code standpoint. But that's fine. You can still max the occupancy for the event, right?
Yeah,
So-
that size was just gonna be more for the actual, like, picking season to allow for come and go traffic.
Yeah.
So,
I noticed that I mean, I don't know how much thought you put in when you drew the line of the parking lot, but it was about almost 5 acres, 4.5 acres, the parking lot.
No, it should have been more like 200 by 300, which is about an acre and a half.
Okay. So I tried to.
That's kind of what I have scaled out now with what I've been planting.
Okay.
And I've left a path to start the permanent access off of Lawndale.
Okay,
Okay.
that was
That
going to be my
long-term.
question.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah, I
there
left
planning for
those
that?
paths in place. There will be a path throughout the orchard itself that comes from the event center area that just loops through the orchard for people to walk through. Nothing big enough to drive anything more than maybe a tractor down. And then the permanent access, basically paralleling 144 and then paralleling Lawndale until the last point that I'm allowed to enter Lawndale without impeding on neighbors.
I suspect there might be somebody we hear from that's opposed to this tonight.
I'm sure there are.
You've got the mic right now. What would you like to say to those neighbors about your business and how you plan to run it?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to keep as much of the potential noise-making areas as far away from any neighbors as possible. Keeping the feel of the agricultural aspects of what made me want to move up here in the first place. I lived downtown Minneapolis for 8 years, and I have absolutely loved it out here. That smaller town feeling, that being able to drive down the road, see the corn growing up every morning, seeing the horses and the cows in the various fields. I grew up in the cities, but there's a part of me that's a farm girl at heart, so I like that feel. I have enjoyed every aspect of being out in my field the last few weeks, planting and maintaining my land. So I hope to, or I should say it's my desire to keep it as community-based as possible, to where I'm not intruding on anybody's privacy. In terms of my contracts with potential clients, they will be very strict in terms of noise and what they are and they are not allowed to do, things like that, to respect the boundaries of the community. That's kind of about it.
I guess we have Ryan. Does Ryan have any questions?
I don't have any questions for the applicant.
Okay, thanks, Ryan.
I've got a question for, staff or not. So I'm trying to put this in perspective. So we have, on the ordinance amendment part for the, I can't remember what we call this now, the temporary event center. So we have the Magnus Veterans Home is just down the street from here.
Directly across the street.
How does that compare as far as the events that they have or the size of events?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of it.
That's why I'm kind of looking all around
Yeah.
the room.
Members of the commission, from my familiarity of being here just about a year, they've been fairly small in nature. A Halloween event I'm familiar with. It's not probably, as cars transverse through, it could be 300 people total, but not 300 people all at one time.
Okay.
That would be my guess. That's
Different type of events. too.
Yeah, different
They don't-
types.
They wouldn't be having like wedding events.
I'm a neighbor. They had one giant event, but only one, and they applied for a permit for it. And it was giant. It was very loud. I could hear their music at my house, which is why. And their
Okay.
cars were parked near my
And
house.
what-
But it was only one.
Okay.
I belong
Well-
to Magnus, and it's very low-key, and most of the stuff's inside, and it's backed by, outside in
Well,
their field or all the grassy area back there. But what they have is more low-key type stuff, like different car gates, different, that kind of thing, where you're talking.
Thank you. We'll open this to the public in just a minute, and so that was kind of actually directed at staff, so let's just hold audience comments for a minute.
Well, and a follow-up question, and I think the audience is going to answer this better.
Yes.
You know, at the public hearing is, you know, the similar question with the Daytona Golf Course. It's down the road. So.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's aware on staff or about Daytona, but.
You know, unfortunately, I can't answer that today, but I can tell you that if this does move forward to the council, we'll make sure that we have information in the council packet about how it compares to both of those facilities.
John, is your concern overlap or what?
No, it just comparison. So it's easy, you know, I'm trying to put myself, and you know, I don't know where any of the audience people live, and I'm sure we'll find out. But you know, if I live next to this, you know, what can I expect? And you know, if I think of, is it something that's happening every weekend, or is it just once a month? You know, I can think of, you know, in living in a subdivision where we're approaching graduation season. You know, I know that I'm going to hear parties every weekend for the month of June, and then it'll be the same thing next year. But it's very temporary, and it's, you know, it's loud for a couple hours and then it's done. Yeah.
I would say in terms of, I honestly don't foresee there being something every single weekend, except for maybe during picking season, so August, September, maybe a little into October. But that type of frequency you'll see pretty comparable to what Dean's has during their picking season. So it's not everybody at once. It's kind of a slower, steady pace of people coming and going. In terms of comparing it to the event that Magnus probably had that they're referring to, that was more of a, I would say, I think it was a concert or something like that. Like I said, it's not my intention to host concerts. Decibel levels would be maximized or maxed out at certain weddings for those types of events where you will have music, but and then the closing and shutting everything down by midnight for sure.
Weddings with a permanent building will be a lot different than weddings with a tent.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Right, from a noise standpoint.
Yeah. So, and then I know even from just being out there too, it's like I can't hear much of the traffic from the road when I'm down where the event center would be. We're pretty well secluded with the trees there. So it actually, it tones down the sound that could carry. Whereas like over at Magnus, I know they're really wide open back there and they don't have a lot of that tree protection. Our area is very, very covered with trees, especially paralleling the property right next to us. And then, I mean, I think there's only one property that's right there that could potentially be affected by any noise levels, but it's like I said, it's very heavily wooded along that side.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. We may call you back up.
Okay.
At this time, 7:48, I will open the public hearing. All those who wish to come forward, please come forward and state your name. You'll be given 3 minutes to talk and name and address, and we'll hear your concerns.
My name is Lindy Ledoux, and I live at 15350 South Diamond Lake Road. I'm a second-generation resident of Dayton on our property, and I now have children of my own who are third-generation residents of Dayton. In the last year and a half, we had new neighbors move in to the east of us. Last spring, I saw they were advertising as an event center on Facebook. Ready to host your next large event. We have voiced concerns cordially as neighbors, however, it admittedly has strained our neighborly relations. After one of their large events 2 weeks ago, I was calling around to educate myself what our rights were having adjacent properties. We had cars parked up and down the street on both sides with a stream of cars using our driveway to turn around all evening for a large, loud party that lasted until 11 p.m. I was informed by one of our Dayton police officers that he was not aware of any ordinances they would have been violating. I ended up speaking with Kevin Shea, Dayton's city planner, who informed me that event centers are not currently legal or allowed in Dayton. And he informed me of tonight's meeting to discuss changing the ordinances to allow them. And so that's why I'm here addressing you. I do not personally have concern over the property that is petitioning for the ordinance change up on North Diamond Lake Road. I would, however, like to voice concerns over the shaping and wording of the ordinance to protect neighboring properties and residents that are impacted by proposed event centers. Just like it is my understanding that Dayton does not allow residential properties to be rented out for VRBO or Airbnb commercial use, I would like to see the issue of private and residential property rental for events addressed in the ordinance, even when it does not meet the 200-person threshold for requiring a large group permit. Will there be acreage minimums defined in the proposed ordinance? And will there be setbacks and privacy screening requirements specified? I propose that parking would need to be accommodated on-site in a manner that does not impact the neighboring properties. And will event centers need to apply individually for approval to operate to ensure that they are operating within all applicable laws and ordinances? Who will enforce and what penalties will be imposed if events violate the ordinances? For instance, in the case of the noise ordinance or violations of nuisances. We had that party that ended at 11 p.m. We had multiple cars peeling out of there that night. It was an event for a high school graduation that was not the property owner's children, to my understanding. I am very concerned about the possibility that event centers like what is next door to us can fly under the radar because their events may be under the 200-person threshold for needing a permit for large group gatherings, but it is still an imposition that impacts the neighboring properties. My family could be facing the possibility of having commercial events happening next door, bringing in strangers every day or night of the week, as often as they can book events that are willing to pay them for the use of their property. Because of the way our properties are situated, their guests or customers have full view of our residents, our animals, and my children. Our neighbors are using their property as an event center, whether it's large or small, are profiting off of our loss of our peace, our privacy, and our security. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Van Asten. I live at 16100 South Diamond Lake Road on the corner of Zanzibar and South Diamond Lake. We moved in 2019. We bought 18 acres with the goal of bringing my horse home. Even though I've only moved to Dayton in 2019, I have been here as a horse owner a lot. I boarded at Plenty Star 2, Vicky's property, if you're familiar with that one, which is by Dean's Pumpkin Patch. I boarded at Welcome Ranch, which is a few doors down from Vicky's. I boarded at French Lake boarding facility, and I boarded at Diamond in the Rough, which is actually adjacent to the property that's requesting the IUP. It was on a drive home from Diamond in the Rough when I saw the property that we currently bought on sale. I went home and told my husband, I need to live there. I need to live in Dayton. I need to live across the street from Elm Creek Park Reserve, and I want to have my horse at home. And he's been very supportive, and we did, as I said, move in 2019. And we actually just put the application in to build our barn, and we are going to break ground on that on June 3rd. I am not inherently opposed to this activity. I myself am hoping to start planting some pick your own berry, pick your own fruit trees as well. So I am not opposed to the idea. My concern runs more towards the event side of things, right? I like Dean's, no problem, but weddings, again, every night, Friday, Saturday, every weekend, running March through November. They're going to be coming by my yard, probably drunk, let's be honest. The chances of all of that just kind of goes up. So not opposed, but I want to make sure that we have whatever ordinance is put in place has some pretty strict kind of barriers around it. For example, for item B, the timeframes, I personally would like to see that moved up a little earlier in the evening, simply because your party may end at 10 p.m., but that doesn't mean everyone leaves at 10 p.m. You still have to close up, last call, get people out, let them leave, get everyone to clean up. You got to get your staff out. So if it doesn't actually end till midnight, then people are actually still going to be, 1 to 2 a.m. in the morning. So my recommendation is the Sunday through Thursday time should end at 9 p.m. The Friday and Saturday time should officially end at 10 p.m. That allows staff and whatever on site an hour, some additional time to actually wrap things up and clean up, having helped many a niece get married and the cleanup crew. For the noise ordinance, similar, Part E, the request was, I believe, 10 p.m. for the loud noise. I would ask that to get pushed up to 9 p.m., again, for the neighbors with young children. F, about the porta potties. It says 400 feet setback from any structure, neighboring structure. I would like to add a 200-foot setback from the property line. As a horse owner, my structure's not on my property line, but my horses are. And I don't necessarily want that close. So I would like to just add an additional, not just to structures, but to the property line. H, the wording says it may be screened, and I think that has to be a must. It must be screened, so that language needs to be updated, I would request. Some other things that are not in there that I would personally request, I would like to have an acreage minimum of some kind. I would propose 30 to 40 acres personally. I recognize this knocks me out. I only have 17 acres, but I also was not planning on having weddings since I live there, and I don't want to deal with overserved wedding guests every weekend of my life. I think everything related to the event center must have a minimum of a 200-foot setback from any property line. I do also have some major concerns from a liability standpoint. So as I mentioned, I actually boarded very recently at Diamond in the Rough Stables, which is neighboring this property. And it is shocking the number of people who feel that they can come and visit your horse. Even on our own property, we've had several trespassers who've come up and they just want to meet my horses, which is great. But horses are very large animals, and if they hurt someone, I am liable for that. So I have some major concerns as a horse owner that my neighbor hosts an event. Susie and Johnny get bored at Grandma's retirement party and decide that they want to come meet my horses. Or the best man who's been overserved decides, you know what, he is in fact a cowboy, he can in fact ride. And they come onto my property and they get hurt. I am now liable. My insurance would go through the roof and I would lose everything. So I think that the event center needs to be liable for any injury that an event attendee receives if they are on a neighboring property. On the flip side, if they do anything to damage my property or harm my animals, the event center needs to be liable for that as well. Let's see here. That's pretty much it. Like I said, I'm not opposed to this property site. I just want to make sure that whatever is in the ordinance is really actively protecting the neighbors who moved to Dayton to be in the country and to not have to deal with overserved wedding guests from March until November every weekend. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we request that the public speak just a little slower when they give their address so we can have time to record that?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Lund, 14161 Lawndale Lane. I live right across, along with my neighbor Doris. I'm not speaking for both of us, even though we are pretty much on the in agreement on this. We live right across the street from where this property is, on Lawndale. I've lived there for almost 10 years. Doris has lived there for 37 years. Doris's husband died 2 years ago. My wife died 3 months ago. We like living in Dayton because of the peaceful area we have. And part of why I bring this up is the impact that it will have on our resale value too, having this commercial property right across the street. I'm against the plans for this event center because of the disruption it will cause our lives, not just because of the noise from the gatherings, especially when it's just intense, but it would be late at night, not only late at night, but also during the day. We would not be able to have our windows open those nights because of the noise of the celebrations and when everyone is leaving. I think we've all left weddings late in the evening, and we know that's not a peaceful time. The plan is possibly to have over 100, maybe 150 cars, numerous days a week, entering the day and coming out of this area late at night, right by our homes on Lawndale. Lawndale Lane is a preferred path for bicyclists and people walking their children and dogs because other roads near there are too busy. The information that was provided stated that event centers are normally in commercial areas, which makes sense, so it would not disrupt the lives of residents nearby. I don't understand why we would make an exception here. There are numerous plots of land in Dayton and the surrounding areas for sale where this would work and not disrupt the lives of residents, so why not choose these areas? I'm not against event centers if they're in areas that wouldn't create this kind of disruption. I'm not naive enough to think the land across from me will always stay agricultural, but having homes there or something else would cause, something other more peaceful would cause much less problems. I can't afford to buy a piece of land this size or start a business like the one that's proposed. That's why people like me rely on the city planners and council to protect the residents from businesses encroaching on their neighborhoods and disrupting their lives. In closing, I ask you, would you want to live across the street from something like this? Thank you.
Just a quick question. Is it possible to put a map on the screen?
I think so.
I mean, even if it's just like a Google Maps or something.
Hi, my name's Tom Geisler. I'm here with my mother who lives across the street, Doris Remps, 14141, Lawndale Lane. And I guess we're here just to, to voice the same things that the previous property owner voiced, but also, I guess our concerns for right now, this IUP is being possibly approved, and it's all temporary, so tents and gravel. And it sounds like the development is, I don't know if there's going to be a public hearing when the permanent facility would be built. So if that's built, is there going to be another public hearing where we get to voice our concerns for that that construction?
That's the
that would
intent.
require a new IUP.
Okay.
So if there were any improvements on the property, that would need a new IUP to then voice the concerns again about things that have
The building, the size, or if they're changing the event structure.
So there would be another public
Yes.
hearing for that too, okay. It seems strange that the traffic would be moved to off of Lawndale Lane, which is right across from my mother's property, and go, what it would be, east all the way along the length of that property. So it makes me think that maybe that development is going to happen on the west end of that land. So that would be very close to those houses where my mom lives. So that's one of our bigger concerns. And then also with the noise. Midnight on weekends, I know my mom does not like to stay up that late. So, that would be something that's a concern. And also the traffic is a concern also. There are a lot of people that walk up and down that street, walk dogs, bicyclists, and then not only that, we already have Daytona Golf Course, which that brings a lot of traffic also. So I think that's our primary concerns.
Yes. Oh. That's right. He said it right.
Thank you.
Chair, would it be appropriate to ask maybe Jason about the access to Lawndale and why the permanent access would go there and not on?
Let's hold that.
That's fine.
Before you get going, just a reminder, if there's anyone online, just to raise your hand. I believe that's the correct way to do it in Zoom. So next up.
Hi, we are Chris and Denise Covington at 14051 Lawndale Lane North. We're a bit nearby the property, I guess. Heard about it and have a few concerns about having these event centers that are really supposed to be in the commercial areas and residential. And I guess we moved out here just for the nice peace and quiet of, you know, the kind of country feel that Dayton has. And we're, I guess, very concerned about the noise in particular is one thing. It's not like it's a neighbor having a graduation in their backyard or whatever, where it's, you know, just one night. It's a business that the purpose of a business, I would imagine, is to book these events, you know, as much as possible. And I really don't want to listen to, when it gets later at night, a whole bunch of, wedding music every weekend and, some weeknights too. In terms of noise, I'm also concerned with, the city not having the ability to restrict the hours of operation or restrict the noise level and the noise times. I've read on the Minnesota state statutes, the, what is it here, 116.07, powers and duties, subdivision 2, adopting standards C, where it states at the end of the paragraph, no local governing unit shall set standards describing the maximum levels of sound pressure which are more stringent than those set by the Pollution Control Agency. Now, the Pollution Control Agency, let's see, what is it here? 7030.0050, or, well, somewhere around there. 7030.0020 has definitions where they define daytime, meaning the hours between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I might have totally misread something. It's just I'm reading what's on the state website in terms of what, the rules are. So that's a concern that I'm going to have to listen to all this, real frequently. So that's noise is one concern. The second concern is light pollution. It's another reason why Dayton's so nice. You can look up at the sky, at night and see stars and such. My concern, if they have, a big parking lot with, a bunch of lights lighting everything, and especially with an event center where they'd want the outside lit up at night, I would assume, I don't know, but I'm making an assumption that, I don't want it to end up like where you look at Rogers and you see like the area around like FedEx where it's all kind of lit up at night. So concern about the light as well.
So my concerns are more light and noise, and then I would add traffic to that as well. A lot of people do walk down Lawndale, and I think once that access becomes a permanent event center and that access is off Lawndale, cars go fast down there. They don't stick to that 40 mile an hour, and if you're gonna have more cars down there, you're gonna have more traffic, more accidents. That stop sign at that corner has been probably plowed over 5 times in the last 10 years, and then people don't even see it, and they go right through it, and then there's accidents. So then I see maybe a stoplight going in on that corner because of the additional traffic, and that's even more light pollution. So we've lived out here for 21 years now. We love the rural feel. We're on the Diamond Lake side, just across Lawndale, so we're not too far from that property line. So I think if you were to allow event centers, I'm not opposed to event centers in Dayton, but not right next to residences. That's too close to our house, too close to homes. And I get migraines if I can't open my window and go lay down in my bedroom, which is on the top floor, and get rid of my migraine. I'm gonna have to move, and that will make me really sad. And weddings, if they're every Friday and Saturday night, that is an issue. That is a noise pollution issue. So that would be really, really sad. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Lilia. I live at 14,000 Lawndale Lane North. I live directly west of Magnus, and I am one of the properties that would be directly south of the current property we're talking about, albeit on the west end. I can address one thing about Magnus. They do draw crowds. The crowds generally don't, their events don't last very long, or I should say not late into the evening. So they haven't been an issue from that standpoint. My concern here is the potential. As the person who's applying for this has already said, she doesn't see this happening every weekend, but let's face it, it's a business. The way you make money in a business is to be operating as much as possible. There's potential for 7 days a week here, with the weekends, Friday and Saturday, being open until midnight. And as already addressed a little bit, does midnight mean that's when everybody's gone by, including staff, or is that when the last patron leaves and then the staff leaves sometime after that? So the hours of operation are a bit of a concern. As someone who lives across the street from that, noise is also a concern. I do enjoy being able to take astrophotography pictures from my backyard right now because there's enough absence of light in Dayton that makes that possible, and so I don't have to drive hours away to do, granted, a little bit of a fringe end of photography, but nevertheless, one that's quite enjoyable because it's quiet and I can do those kinds of things. One of the things, too, that I'd like to address is staff's concerns or lack thereof in regards to this. They're somehow saying that this is not going to negatively affect the neighbors. Well, I don't know how this is possible. You're talking about putting a business into what's currently agriculture and residential area. You're talking about bringing in a lot more traffic, people, noise, etc. And how they can say this is not going to negatively affect us, I don't know. I don't understand where that thought process comes from, unless they don't live there. A lot of the other concerns I've had have already been addressed, so there's no reason to really repeat those. But I did want to just point out a few additional things and ask truly where staff got their ideas from for their recommendations for this. Yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say.
I got one quick question for you, Mike, since
Yes.
you're next door to Magnus. When they have some outdoor music, I won't call it concerts, but music. Can you hear it?
Yes. But as I said previously, their events generally end no later than early evening, so it's not going late into the night. And their traffic is, again, not leaving at midnight. And so that's not so much of an issue because it's more of a daytime event. So they've been good neighbors, and they also don't have a lot of events. Whereas, to repeat myself, as one of the concerns is, as a business, they're going to want to be as busy as possible. And the current hours, as even outlined by the city, allow them to be open 7 days a week. So that could bring a lot more traffic into the neighborhood that doesn't currently exist. So, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Paul Stay, and this is my wife Angela from 14400 Lawndale Lane. We'd be right about 350 feet behind the property on the backside. There's one resident horse ranch between me and the property, but I'm back on the golf course, and then right behind the backside of the property is where their property joins up to the golf course. So I've got all the concerns. You've probably heard them 2 or 3 times already. Mostly it's going to be noise. And I'm familiar with the Magnus event, and that's an easy one to overlook because it's a weekend. it's any carnival or whatever, it just happens. If they did it every year, I'd be okay with it. But 7 days a week is an issue. And there's people, they're not that are invited, become participants of whatever event, and then things slide from there. And it happens all the time. Even with the golf course, I get all sorts of incidences. And one incident, I will bring it up, was just the day before, well, it was Tuesday. Cutting my grass, I found a golf ball with a hole drilled in it, and a Magnum 22 shell was inserted in that hole, in the golf ball. And I thought that was a individual, something against me, but my wife later on found that on TikTok, it's something to produce the drive to go further. Supposedly.
No, it's a bang.
It's a bang. I don't know. It's
disturbing is what it is.
It's very disturbing. And that's the kind of stuff that you get when you get people coming in and, they're utilizing a facility. Well, they're not part of the facility. They just enjoy their time. That said, lighting was an issue, but the noise. That's my biggest noise. I heard that event from my deck, the Magnus event, that I heard it all, like it wasn't there. So that screening that they claim is there, the trees that are there, it's like they're not there. I think you could probably put up a 10-foot wall and it'd still be there. There's not much getting around the noise. And then the outhouses, 200 people. I don't know how many outhouses that's going to take, but one good wind is going to direct where that flow goes. Anything that has to do with the senses comes up to the surface here. Do you have anything?
Well, trespassing could be an issue with more people in the area, and obviously traffic. We're right on that road, so there's, we like to walk, bike, do all that stuff that they just mentioned previous. And we too like our privacy. I mean, I work in the city, and if I would have wanted that, we would have bought a house in the city. But we come home to our little oasis, and now it's going to be noise and traffic and all this. And just like the previous people, if this was in your backyard,
you wouldn't like it.
Would you want it? I mean, I don't want it. So I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak. Thank you. And also, I also noticed that it's already online.
You can already book an event, apparently.
Being advertised that it's coming soon, so I know that it's happening, probably whatever we say or not, but I would prefer that it didn't. And I would prefer that, you guys could set some restrictions with the previous people that have said things. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online?
We do have people online, and again, if you do wish to speak at this public hearing, raise your hand.
My name's Eric Sepult. I'm at 11534 Brayburn Trail. I actually don't have much personal connection to this or preference. I just thought I would point out a couple things that I've recognized through it. So one thing I would say is if this does move forward, there was a mention of indoor noise versus outdoor noise times with amplified sound. So I think a question that could be relevant would be, is a tent considered indoor then or outdoor?
Outdoor.
If it's considered outdoor, then it sounds like they could use amplified noise in that tent and there would be no buffering of sound really. The other point is it certainly sounds like a long-term plan, so an interim use, if it's passed, sounds like kind of setting a precedent that this would be supported down the line with an event center being built, which I think event centers are great. There's not much in this area, but based on what the other residents are saying, it certainly seems like it's maybe misplaced. And I do believe the 2040 comp plan identifies that area as potential low-density residential, so ultimately doesn't really fit in with that plan for anyone that is currently living there or has purchased land in that area based on that future land use assumption. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name is Bruce Lamont, and I live at 13821 Lawndale Lane. And we live on the north side of the lake where all the residents are. I guess one of the big concerns I had, or I have, is that our residents weren't notified, and I'm sure you're not obligated to do that, but the reason why I found out about it is because of our community here. So people passed along the news. So I'm sure there's a lot of people that would like to be here but weren't notified of it. And so, you know, I'm here because of the community we have. And so my family's lived there since 1975. And so I think I'm totally against it for a lot of the same reasons that everybody behind here have. But it's a residential area. It's family. It's, you know, you raise, I'm second generation in my home. I raised my kids there. And so I'm afraid of the cumulative effect here. So we have the Magnus Foundation, which obviously is a good cause, so it's hard to go against that. But we have in our backyard, we have, you know, amplified events, and you can hear them, and they haven't had many, but I'm assuming because it's for fundraising, that's going to get more of them because that generates more money for that foundation. And so, no disrespect to her, but I agree with Mike that you don't open a business to be open 2 days a week. That's just not going to happen. That's just not how you run a successful business. So I don't really believe her when she says that. So, you know, we have a lot of people that this is where we go home. This is where we live. You look at your mission statement for Dayton, it doesn't say you live across the street from an event center. It says you want to have a pleasure, safe, in a rural feel. So this is absolutely ridiculous that we're even considering this in a residential area where there's safety concerns with people drinking. Are we going to provide alcohol? Are they going to get permits for alcohol there? I mean, all these cars coming with people late at night driving, where we have people walking and biking with their families and their pets. You know, do we have the police force to enforce this? We have people coming from other communities that don't live here. They don't live here. They don't care. We do. This is where we live. I've lived here since 1975. And so this is, I mean, having like apples and picking, you pick, things like that, that seems great because it's zoned agriculture right now. But it is, like the gentleman before me said, it's zoned, and you guys obviously know this. It's in your 2040 comprehensive plan as a low-density residential. And so people spend a lot of you make a big purchase. You come into town thinking this is going to be a rural area to live, to raise your family, and you buy a home and you spend $500,000, I don't know what the average house is, and all of a sudden you change the zoning and you put in an event center across the street with outhouses and 200 cars and 200 plus people. And then you have Magnus Foundation as well, and they're going to have their events, and then you have Daytona with their events, and so now you're concentrating a lot of cars and traffic into a residential area, which, again, I'm sure that people have said this prior to me, like, would you want this facility across the street from where you live and where you want to raise your family? It is not the same. It is not the same as having like you mentioned earlier, like having events for graduation. Those are family, and you know who they are, and you're accountable for them when they come to your home, and it's not the same thing, and you know that. That's not, you can't make that reference. But this is a big deal, and so I think that we should table this if there's a possibility to get more people involved that maybe don't even know. Because it wasn't, I don't know how many people here did you send out a flyer?
Also
I mean, I don't know what the regulation is.
So,
From the premises got it. So we got it, but then probably nobody else in our neighborhood got it.
so
Exactly.
a
And
public,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm going to make the assumption a public hearing notice was sent to property owners within 500 feet.
Exactly, and so if you pull up that map again, you'll see that about 25 houses were outside of that 500-foot range that it's going to affect. So nobody got notified of it. So the only reason, like I said earlier, was because I talked to my neighbor, or my wife did, and otherwise I wouldn't be here.
In
I wouldn't have known.
I mean, that distance is what we send out for.
I don't. I understand. This is kind of a big issue to not.
No,
I mean, I get you have your way of doing things, but this is kind of a big issue, and I think that more people would probably be concerned about it if they actually knew about it. You know, it's like having a meeting at 2 in the afternoon when everybody's working.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and Eric in the back from Braeburn Trails will maybe remember that when his neighborhood had a similar issue with public hearing, we raised the issue of these notices do need to go out farther, but it is also published in the newspaper. It's published online, and so it is published elsewhere.
So it's on your website, and
It
it's
is.
and what, the Champlin Dayton Press?
Yes.
So nobody reads, I guess. Okay.
But-
Yeah, I got it. No, I get it.
But that's how the
Thankfully, you
city
got good
does business.
neighbors.
I'm not blaming
And-
you guys for this, and I'm passionate
and we-
about it because this is where I live.
And we brought it up. We brought it up then, and
You just have a lot of people on that site, so it's all agricultural, and you just excluded the whole neighborhood that's been there since 1965.
so we appreciate your concerns, and,
So-
and we'll take them.
Is there any way you can table this issue to get more people involved in this, or you just kind of let it go?
Right now, we're just going to have the open forum to hear what you have to say. After we close open forum, we will have a discussion, and then we will make that decision.
All right, I just want it to be noted that I'm totally against it for all those reasons. Safety, public safety, the noise pollution, light pollution, and it's just a residential area, guys. This is not a place for business. And we already have the Magnus Foundation doing their thing, and we also have Daytona right there as well with their weddings and such. This is going to be a huge event center, and this is where we live.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
I don't have anyone raising their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I do see a Q&A up there.
Yeah, I
so-
already answered it, so I don't know
Okay,
why.
just making sure
Yep.
that wasn't something. At this time, we are going to close the public hearing. Going once, going twice. All right. We will close the public hearing at 8:27.
Mr. Chair, could I just note for the record, you as commissioners received 2 emails, one at your dais from Charles Kussman, and a second email that was sent to you before the meeting from Ernie Borgen.
I believe we received 3 emails.
Okay, I received 2, but those are entered into the record. I think
Okay.
I may not
Zach,
have copied
I
on
know-
the other one.
You copied on one of them, I believe.
That's the only one I'm aware of besides
One and the one here.
this one.
Okay. Anyways.
So I wanted
there
to
may be
note-
one more email that we
Okay.
may need to make part of the record for council. So,
Yes, if we get something, but those 2 are entered into tonight's public hearing
That-
record.
and that is fair.
Anything received after tonight would be entered and shared with the council.
Yep.
Thank you.
I got a couple of questions for staff after hearing some of the feedback from the public. First, but could you tell us all, like, if this applicant wanted to serve alcohol, what is that process of them getting the license to do that? Is it us as a city? Is it purely, or is it a state thing? Or both?
A little bit of both. The license is issued by the city. There are some state standards, but the city would review and issue licenses. I'm not personally aware of how many licenses we have available in the city, because cities do have a limited amount of liquor licenses, but there are standards that would need to apply. Sometimes you will see, though, and I want to be honest or upfront about this, is that sometimes these event centers, and I don't know this person's future plans, but you can contract with caterers who have licenses issued to them, so they don't get a license from the city, but they do have a license to serve food and or liquor. So that would be something that would need to be addressed.
Okay. And the other question, just hoping that maybe with some of the communities you've had experience with event centers, but amplified music, one of the concerns I had when I read the code is that you're not supposed to be able to hear any noise outside of your property line. That applies to Magnus, that applies to everybody. But the reality is that just doesn't really work. Depends on how windy it is. A lot of things go in that variable. And amplified music carries. So part of that is I don't want to create an enforcement burden, and I guess I'm hoping the applicant hears that too, because she heard all the concerns, is that, that could play into the factor of what type of events.
Yeah, so I think most of the cities that we looked at and the cities that I work in do allow some amplification systems to be used outdoors. And as an example, the Apple Orchard in Stillwater, they have outdoor amplification and they will hold events, but if you go there for apple picking, you might just hear music playing. You go pick your apples, and then they have a center where you can buy the apple cider donuts and things like that. But they do have outside noise. And so that's kind of what we're talking about with what I'm envisioning with this type of a use here, as opposed to the concert venue as more common. But certainly that's something you as commissioners should think about. I mean, we think it's not uncommon to have that. The golf course has outside amplification down the street. And so it's something certainly that this is a draft based on some other ordinances and things that we think are reasonable. And I think something that the commission, and I probably should have put this in the packet, but in this ag zoning district, I just want to be clear that it allows a lot of non-residential uses. It's an agricultural and a residential district, but it allows bed and breakfasts, it allows boarding houses, it allows bus transit stations. It allows cemeteries, commercial recreation, feedlots, houseboarding and stabling, kenneling, mining, wholesale nurseries, religious institutions, and veterans facilities. And so when we're looking at this use, one of the things we look at when we're looking at ordinances amendments is how does it fit with the remainder of the district? And so the commission should think about how is this consistent or inconsistent with some of those other uses that are allowed in the ag district, and are the standards appropriate? Again, that's why we're here. It's your recommendation. Certainly, any of these could be modified if you wish to approve, and you could certainly find that it's not an appropriate use in the ag district as well. But I just wanted to mention that there were some questions about what type of uses were allowed in this district today.
And back to what we are looking at tonight, just for clarification, we are looking at adding event centers as an interim use permit to the A1 district. And then secondarily to that, we are looking at a IUP for this specific parcel.
That is correct.
That has been discussed tonight. So there are two separate issues here that we may vote on tonight.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think we need to be clear that we're having that separation.
So when we get, as we're talking tonight, I just wanted to make sure and circle back with everyone here in the audience who voices concerns. We're talking about event centers overall for all of Dayton that is in A1 or I believe SA districts. And then we are also talking about this particular parcel receiving an interim use permit that is guided by the definition that we may or may not vote on tonight. So, do you have anything else?
I don't have any more questions for staff.
Okay.
I get a couple overall.
Any questions for staff immediately?
Just we talked about this earlier, but I just want to be, so my understanding is clear. So right now we have, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like a special event permit for over 200 people?
Yeah, great.
So I mean, that's separate from the IUP. That's
Correct.
just a permit.
Correct. So there is nothing specific in this about how many people would be in the interim use permit. There's nothing in the event center language today that limits the number of people on the property because, again, each use could be different and you could cap the number of people that could come depending on the use. Separate from either the ordinance amendment or the IUP being requested, we have an event license that requires a permit from the police department if you have 200 people, a large assembly permit. And if you had a huge, just on your property, you wanted to have a wedding, with 200 people, you would need that permit just for that one event. You wouldn't need an event center interim use permit, but you would need that permit from the police department.
So it's
if
really
that makes sense.
intended to be kind of a one-time or an infrequent permit, so.
Yes.
I'm not gonna have that many weddings in my backyard,
Right.
but, what, do you know what kind of information we're looking for, I guess, for that? I mean, I guess I don't know if like, I don't think Dean's has 200 people at the same time, or.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you not been there?
Not when there's been 200 people.
You go on
I
rainy
try to go
days?
early.
To avoid the 200 people.
Yeah. But like bunts, is that that's the, okay.
The police chief commented in an email that he couldn't be here tonight, but related to that permit, they've never had any issue with the Dean's pumpkin patch, other than some minor juvenile issues. Hasn't caused extra calls for service in his department.
Okay.
I know the chief had some thoughts on the temporary fire, but did you have something else as well, or?
Chair and members of the commission, actually, you. As staff, we need to revisit our current permitting at 200, because what ends up happening is, from a fire perspective, in an A2 occupancy, or from a group U, which is ag, moving to an assembly occupancy can go all the way down to 50. So with 50 people, that could be 750 square feet. When you start getting into serving food and alcohol, I'll just say food, doesn't even have to be alcohol. We consider it an A2 occupancy. And now we're talking about 100 people. And there's many things not specific to the Fisher Farms application, but to assembly or event centers in general that we need to currently address, to include existing ones that are operating today. We have lots of challenges from a fire code perspective. So we need to go back and review that number of 200, because from the fire code, I'm repeating myself, but just reiterating that it needs to be less than 200. So there's lots of things that come into play for anyone that's interested in looking at an event center to include tented events. They are viewed the same as a banquet hall and so forth from the fire code perspective. The challenge that Fisher Farms may have, as I alluded to in my comments, was if they do build another facility currently that doesn't have sewer and water, they're going to need water for fire suppression system. So we get into a lot of different things from the fire code perspective that maybe hasn't been brought up in the past just because of limited staff. So I just wanted the commission to be aware of there's many things in the fire code that impact event centers as a whole, to include tenant events as well as fixed facilities.
I think I just want to clarify, because I don't think this is what the chief is trying to say, but this is not an occupancy issue for the large event thing. That has nothing to do with buildings or tents. If you have 200 people standing around in your yard, the building occupancy doesn't come into play, but the large assembly permit is still required. Mm-hmm. And so probably there does need to have a discussion with fire, PD, and the rest of the staff about that, but I want to be clear that that's a little bit different. Occupancy is an issue for the tent issue. I think that's a great clarification. But even if you're having an outdoor event with no tent or no building and you have 200 people, you still need to contact the police chief about the large assembly permit.
Mm-hmm. Question back to the chief. Are you suggesting then that even if it's an outdoor untented event, if it's 100 people, it should have a permit, that it should be lowered? And just thinking for future conversations, potentially. What's your recommendation?
Potentially. Often it's nice to know, because we get into I get into access and egress issues if I need to get a fire truck in there and so forth. It's just more informational for us from a staff perspective. I know I've had an opportunity to, somebody in the audience this evening, I happened to be driving South Diamond the other day on a Saturday afternoon, probably around 5, and both sides of the road, that particular facility or site, almost problematic with just people walking on South Diamond and so forth. So it's good information. PD nor myself were aware that these types of things were happening. And obviously we're trying to ensure that everyone's safe within the community.
Thanks. Chair, could I ask a question about the access to Lawndale for future use?
Yeah.
I don't know, Jason, if this is for you or anybody in staff knows, but the desire to move the permanent access point to Lawndale when the building is built as opposed to North Diamond with the concerns of the neighbors, can you speak to why that recommendation has been made?
Yeah, it's both for operation as well as safety. 50 miles an hour on South Diamond Lake Road versus 40 miles an hour on Lawndale, higher traffic volumes on South Diamond Lake Road. So just generally speaking, you want to maintain lower access density on lower speed roads, just for safety reasons. So that simply stated, that is the lesser traveled and the lower speed. Longer range, if and when traffic levels get to a point where it becomes difficult to make movements off of South Diamond Lake Road, spacing would not allow for any kind of a controlled intersection at this location. Being a county road, they have half-mile spacing. It's about 3/4 of a mile between Lawndale and Zanzibar, anticipating those would be the larger access points. Almost certainly this one in the middle would potentially be able to be maintained as a full access, but would never have traffic control, and therefore safer to move to the roadway without the higher traffic volumes.
Has there been any discussion, I guess, related to the access point? Is this a city recommendation on the access point, or is this a county recommendation?
In this case, it's actually both.
Okay.
The county is making it a requirement that it gets stated within their permit conditions, but to be honest, city is supportive just for the reasons mentioned.
I guess it was, I wanted to point out that this is a county requirement, not a city requirement for the access to move if it were to go forward, so.
That's correct.
I wanted to make.
All of the access permitting for this is all contingent on county approval, having full jurisdiction of the roadway.
Well, moving this discussion forward, I think it's time we start talking about our viewpoints on the event center in general, and I'll start, but I'm going to tell you my viewpoint starts a little bit by looking at Amanda Fisher's application, because when I first looked at it, I anticipated and thought I would have concerns like a lot of you residents have about size of events, noise, all that kind of stuff. But the one thing that I also thought about is so many people talk about preserving the rural character of Dayton, and maybe this area is going to be preserved for the next 15, 20 years. But if there is a successful apple orchard here, this could be preserved as more of a rural character much longer. And so I had these two things weighing at me of rural character, noise, traffic. So that's what went through my brain. And part of me says that that's what makes me a little bit okay with event centers in A1. But with that being said, I think that when we issue an IUP, we do define events that are appropriate. And maybe it's just that simple, that wedding events, family reunions, et cetera, those aren't appropriate. Maybe not family reunion, but wedding events. So events at night in these neighborhoods, maybe that's the case. But I look at having an apple orchard is that if you want it to be there for 20 years and they have to, I think a tree lasts 20, 25 years, 30 years, and you got to replant them. If you want it there for a long time, it's going to have a building with an event center, or it probably just won't survive. And so if you really want to think longer term, you need something like that. But if you're going to do it, you got to have mitigation things with traffic and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of where I'm at initially. Is I'm probably okay with event centers, and if we do approve this one, we move into all the mitigation factors in the IUP about noise, and I think it's pretty clear that it's going to be tough to have a wedding in a tent. I won't approve a tent IUP for weddings. It's just, the noise is not going to be there. But if there's a building there, I think that I can probably get behind that. Assuming, again, we can get behind mitigating traffic concerns.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture, I'm going in a lot of different directions. My thoughts are going in a lot of different directions. I'll say first, for many years I lived next to Bowersberry Farm on the kind of the Champlin-Dayton border, and that was a big selling point of wanting to live next to that versus wanting to live surrounded by, that is kind of surrounded by houses, but being surrounded by more houses. It was quiet. They didn't have events. The biggest noise I could hear were cars that were driving along a crushed gravel driveway. That was it. So I don't have any issues with having whether it's an apple orchard to pick your own, or I would also say having events, daytime events. I guess I would want to put more thought into the idea of having a rental facility that's during the evenings. I'll say, there's a difference between noise that would violate the MPCA regulations, which would be, essentially like a lawnmower would be a code violation, versus nuisance noise. So like at night, I know I can hear the train in Anoka, and that's, miles from my house. But noise carries at night or during the day too. So that's a nuisance factor. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily wrong or it's breaking a law. It's just, there's a train. So in thinking, still splitting this with the ordinance amendment, I guess I don't have a big issue with that. And allowing that, and then you get into the individual application for this property. So, once again, for amending the code to allow this type of use, I guess I don't really have an issue for. And then that's where it gets into more site specifics, where we can try to address the individual nuisances specific to that site. If that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm in line with you, John, where the use is fine. I don't know if there's too many places in Dayton where a wedding event center would be far enough away from any resident to make it okay for nighttime music, right? It's just, the sound does carry, and I love the idea of sharing our city, though. I know it's right next to a lot of residents, and I understand you don't want it in your own backyard, but we do have a beautiful city, and preserving parts of it for long term. The pumpkin patch is a fantastic event for people to come to our city and see how beautiful the land that we have here. This orchard could be another beautiful thing for people to come and enjoy family time in our city. And I think we want to promote that kind of thing. I think the event center is a much harder thing to discuss, and it's very personal, and I appreciate everybody's time coming in and talking, and the folks that have been living here since the 70s. And I get it. I moved here 8 years ago and absolutely love it. And I love the quiet. And, so it's a tough sell. I also want to encourage businesses to come to Dayton and to flourish and grow and have opportunities to, make a living that way too. And by, so I think the use in an Ag 1 is where it would be. I think, again, the beauty of the IUP, the CUP, is that we can look at each individual project separately within that, and each property that may or may not want to do this would have very different requirements potentially to appease the surrounding areas. I fully understand, Jason, your response to the county road access. It gives me a lot of heartburn thinking that there might be all those cars going in front of those properties across the street. But, county does have very strict requirements on how often access points can be made onto their roads. So I think as we're talking more about the amendment to the zoning, I would support that part of it and get into the IUP after.
Does Ryan have any thoughts? Ryan's still on?
Yeah, I'm still here. I think in line with a lot of what I've just heard recently, the concept doesn't really bother me a whole lot. The idea of using this or putting this type of use in place in A1 and our other ag space, most of that space is kind of disappearing rapidly in the minds of a lot of people that have been around for quite a few years, and so I see an opportunity for something like an orchard or a pumpkin patch, or just up on the north end of Lawndale, like a vineyard, as being a way to give us an opportunity to kind of preserve a little bit more of the field that everyone has kind of been talking about for a lot of years. I think the other alternative is we sit on that space and eventually we see a few hundred homes pop up in there, and I think that within 15 years, you still look at seeing a similar level of traffic. You come across a whole variety of other concerns as well. And so I have a lot of respect for the people in the area and think that I think their concerns are very valid. But I think that at the same point in time, we have to consider their investment and their time there as well. The current owner of the land has also invested a fair amount of money in starting. A semi-agricultural use, which fits for the moment with the current zoning, and even though it's not in line with kind of our future guidance, I think there's a lot of discussions coming up about the future land use guidance anyways, and I think that this area could have been one that could have come up as a topic of conversation, so I think that there's going to be some opportunities for pivot in the future, and I think that, again, I think this is a good opportunity to invite another business into Dayton that's going to help us kind of preserve that feel and give us an opportunity to kind of see, a slowdown in the residential development that's coming westward along that North Diamond Lake Road corridor. So, again, from those points, I think I don't see any reason to, not move forward with this.
Thank you, Ryan. I guess as it pertains to the event center ordinance change, and actually the actual use of the property. I just have some thoughts running in the back of my mind. I have a family relative that runs a similar style venue. I know some of the challenges that he's gone through in a different city, and regarding liquor license, regarding hours of operation, regarding neighbors and his concern for the neighbors. His appreciation for what that city has allowed him to do, and the give back and the impacts to the neighborhood has been a great example of maybe what this property owner could do in events and could do to help welcome into the community. So there is an opportunity to embrace this as something as part of the community that you guys can walk to and go pick berries and apples and things of that nature. Maybe it's a place where you're holding your daughter or son's wedding. Just something to think about as it's going in. And I say that with wholeheartedly understanding the sound and noise. I live right next to Sundance Golf Course, and when they have live music outside, you hear it all night long. We get people walking and driving through our yards and neighborhoods in that neighborhood. And so I get it. I get what you're saying, and that's an enforcement issue that we as a growing city will need to understand of how to deal with. Into the actual meat of this, I would like to see the hours of operation for event centers in general to be more restricted. I think midnight is far too late for an event center. Just as we've talked about, there's the hours of operation, and then there's the staff and the cleanup, and if you're bringing in a catering truck or a temporary bar for the evening, if that's even allowed, they've got cleanup, and a lot of those people don't live in the city. They don't care. So we need to trim that down to a more reasonable hour when they're loading up their trucks. When they might be loading up tables at the end of the night or something. And this is to the ordinance in general, not to your particular property. So.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm perfectly okay with that. It's already past my bedtime as it is.
that's just one thing that I wanted to, one of the ones in item B. Item C, the number of guests approved by the city based on the size, I have no problem with that. Item D, no problem with the noise ordinance. No sound.
I was just going to say item E, I think it needs to be like way earlier or struck completely. I mean, if you're going to have amplified music at an event center, so I'm thinking like a wedding, it should just be indoors if you're going to be putting it in an area that's currently, well, I look at this area more rural, but someday if it becomes even more residents around it,
Right.
You shouldn't be, I think of Leopold's in Brooklyn Park. You know, when they have their weddings, everything's inside. They have beautiful grounds outside that people can go mingle outside,
Correct.
but the music is inside.
And that's exactly how I was going to say. That's exactly how my the other event venue that I was referring to. Everything amplified's inside. They play light, real light, low level ambience music for people walking that you can hardly even hear. Backing up, there was one on the sanitary facilities. We had the one comment of a larger setback from property lines. I don't disagree with that one bit.
And this, the way it's written is from structures, not property lines.
I agree that we should keep it from structure, but add something.
Add something for property lines so
agree
that
with
there's
that.
a minimum. Different people use their properties in different ways. We have one member who has horses. We have other members who have kids who may be playing right on the property line.
Because the way it's written, I could put my Biffy right on my property line if your house is happened to be 400 feet away.
And that may be something. That may be something just more broader as we think about our ordinance. I mean, we have setbacks for sheds, we have setbacks for garages and buildings. Do we want to add a setback for a temporary sanitary?
I think we need.
I mean, in particular here.
Yes,
but
I think you need to have a setback, and I think you need to even have a setback for the event center that's different
Yes.
than the A1 setback.
Yes.
It needs to be set back more from the road, because otherwise you can't even screen it appropriately.
Yeah, and just looking at the approximate size, I mean, 200 feet would still allow space in the middle for some flexibility. If
From
that
the
was-
property boundary.
From the property boundaries. I mean, yeah. Would that go the same, for this particular lot, I mean, would you say the same thing for North Diamond?
I think
I would think
200
so.
feet is long, and it's screened. That's a long distance.
It precludes the entire area that
What
currently
part
has the
is
barns.
screened?
So
see-
it was written that they were going to, the portable bathrooms are going to be screened. So whether that's a berm, whether that's landscaping, it's going to be something.
Well,
So they have to have a planned area where the portable bathrooms come in and out for events.
I mean, I think of, like in city parks, I'm trying to picture like Central Park. I mean, you're going to have a fence or something that essentially shelters the portable toilet so that the wind doesn't knock it down. That's still screening.
You're saying
So-
get into the finer details of what is the screening?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. So I mean, this is more so where this is more appropriate for the individual permits versus the ordinance in general. So like I would look at the some of the times and setbacks where a lot of this is really case by case. I think of like Dean's Pumpkin Patch where I don't think there's anything around there other than more Deans. Where you look at Sundance. Sundance used to be in the middle of nowhere, and now there's neighborhoods by it. So,
And that's why this code is trying to be written because this event center could pop up in an A1 district next to even more homes.
Yeah.
And and that's what's another question that brought up, is an acreage minimum. Part of me says no, because what's going to drive the minimum acreage to begin with is your capacity. And the biggest issue is going to be parking. You want to put a lot of people there, you're going to need a lot of land for parking.
But are we talking, think about it this way, are we talking a event center via the A1 district?
In the A1 district.
Yeah. Where...
So, I get where they're going. It makes sense, especially if it's about helping preserve maybe the rural character like this might. But I can also think of an event center in A1 like on a 5-acre parcel.
That would be like a Sundance
Right.
building, not the course. But what I'm thinking, and where my head's at with that, with having the minimum, is the intent of this A1 or staying in A1 is it's not going to be rezoned into a business. Where like a Sundance might be.
An apple orchard one, but say you built a Sundance in the middle of nowhere, someday it might become commercial zoning.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm thinking we leave this as an A1 and address that as a separate, or leave this with a acreage minimum and address that as a separate issue when it becomes, the next Sundance, for example.
Mr. Chair, the A1 district has a 40-acre minimum lot size.
Okay.
So what about all the, so this has popped up before, but we have tons of properties zoned A1 that are way less than 40 that are grandfathered in. So how would that work on them?
Yeah, if they're not subdividing, it doesn't apply. I just wanted to mention that the A1 is
But-
there. The one district that is allowed, or the one use that's allowed in the A1 district, just for reference, the only one of all those I listed that has a minimum lot size is the Veterans Outpatient Facility, which does have a 30-acre minimum lot size.
And if I recall, when we brought that up and talked about it, it was because of the events. It was because of what was going on there that we talked about it, that I'd have to look back at the notes, but we talked about it because of the events and the amount of people coming in and out of that center, is we wanted a minimum acre size, and I think we should hold true to that in the A1. If we're leaving this as an interim use permit under the agricultural districts.
So you're saying have a minimum lot size of 30 acres?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm okay going larger if people feel we need to, but
So one of the obstacles, this is more of a burden on staff and people like us and the council, is there's one of the things that we have to make sure is that we're allowing for is orderly development. And as much as you want something to be successful, if you all of a sudden have a 80-acre successful event center, it might really impede orderly development. Meaning, if we have a trail coming through the property in our trail system, how are we going to address it? This property has a trail coming through it. How are we going to address that? How can we legally address it today in the IUP is a question I have for staff, given that this isn't something that's going to happen for 15 years from now, and hopefully they're successful and still there.
You're saying
Can we even address that today legally with some sort of mechanism?
adding a requirement of
Without having to come
trail
back and say,
easement?
hey, we need to buy a trail easement from you, and they say no, and we don't have a trail that connects without going to court or exercising eminent domain, because I know we don't want to do that. And so I guess that's first is the question of staff is there anything we can legally do today, even like on this property, to protect the land for that trail?
So the law allows cities to require park dedication as part of a subdivision. So you can't, that's your one tool to require it. However, if there was something that helped to mitigate as part of this, you could negotiate that as part of the conditional or interim use permit. As an example, and I don't think this applies great on this site, but I'll do it anyway. If you want to have a larger buffer between adjacent properties, you could say, for example, well, if you gave us a 20-foot trail easement along the west property line, which is where we have in our comprehensive plan, and then buffered from that would provide distance and add some landscaping. That would help us feel better about the transition to the west as a condition to help mitigate one of the concerns. It was a very twisted analogy, but you could in that way to mitigate one of the CUP standards.
And I feel if we get too large of a minimum lot size, Peter, and I'm not saying we even want a bunch of event centers, so maybe I'm fine with this, but the larger you get, you're more gearing towards the pumpkin patch, the apple orchard, there's other sort of event centers too that maybe we don't want to just exclude. That's where I'm a little, and maybe that's what we want. Maybe we want the large agricultural uses as the event centers.
And I get what you're saying, and that's kind of where we don't want to preclude this from impeding development. The way I see this is anything coming, right now at least, anything coming from the east would more or less, kind of stop. Maybe there's a tie-in. Anything from the west would come right off of Lawndale.
You're talking about this specific one.
This
yeah.
specific,
Yeah,
this specific one.
In general, yeah.
And so, in general, as we start to think about these, because you have to, I'm very visual, so I have to start somewhere. A 40 acre, 60 acre, as you start to look at parcels, they're easier to subdivide into, we'll call them quarter acre lots, and run a some sort of cul-de-sac or loop road through. Maybe it's townhomes, maybe it's apartments going in here in the future in 20 years. And so these are things that when we think about the lot size that we want to consider, right, as we're thinking about that lot size if this doesn't stay this in 20 years or 15 years. I'm hesitant going smaller at this current point, based on the, and this is more based on the our comp plan. And as we're looking at our comp plan, right, the areas that are going to be prone to doing something like this are in the 2040 plus range, right? People in the 2020 and 2030 aren't going to make the investment in the land as we to do an improvement like this when they're going to build a house in 5 years unless they have a substantial amount of acres and want to preserve it. So that's kind of where my head's at. I get there may be other event centers that we may need to consider, and maybe they ask for an amendment at that point. And it is more burdensome on us, but they need to prove why they need a smaller acreage. I know one of the things that we heard regarding parking, off-street parking, and lighting of parking. I look at Dean's. Dean's runs in the fall, runs into the, almost basically till dark. There's no lighting there. It runs successfully. I look at my relative's place. There's minimal lighting. It's string lighting along kind of the walkways from the event center to the parking. It's minimal lighting. It's not up or downcast or anything. I don't know how our city officials, police and fire, would look at lighting of this in that regard, but I'd be okay not having lighting in as a requirement like you would in a business park or as in more of a commercial area. This is very targeted audiences at night.
I would think the early use, the gravel parking lot, tent events probably could get away with it, but once you build a building and have an official parking lot and accessible stalls and everything, there's code requirements for minimum lighting.
Definitely want to light the access for pedestrians and cars and people are intermixing.
And again, that's when you build the actual structure.
Yeah, and that can be more case by case too.
Right.
So,
yeah.
And there's different types of light, right? There's downcast and there's pedestrian level lighting that is appropriate.
Yep.
One other comment that was brought up was rental. It's a little vague because you can have caterers, you can have all this stuff. So there's obviously going to be partners in events. And so I don't know really how to execute anything related to that unless staff has some recommendations.
I think on a case-by-case basis, you can, when the interim use permit comes in, talk about that. I think it's common for a business owner to allow vendors to come in and provide catering. We certainly would not want someone other than Amanda to be running this business. So you would write that into the IUP that it's issued to her and she is running the business. Not that she gets it set up and she allows some other entity to take it over. That's the nice thing about the IUP, is it's only issued to her. But with that said, there are subcontractors that you would likely see coming at a wedding venue in particular. So I think that's something you do have to talk about with the individual IUPs. I think the city has some ability to control that to the level you want to and still allow the business to be successful.
And then we heard some comments about values, what impact this might have in values. And one of our things in the IUP and CUP is that it won't negatively impact values. And I get it, it's very, very subjective, and it's a little bit in the eye of the beholder, but when we have this clause in our code that says that, I think that we need to think about not putting in the staff report assuming like that we did this time. I think we need to ask ourselves to have a discussion about it and decide if there's steps we need to take to help prove this one way or the other. And that might just happen with the discussion up here and discussion with the concerned residents. But it's a sticking point in a lot of cases, and it is subjective because what one person thinks doesn't add value, the next person thinks adds value.
Right. I don't know how you do that other than being subjective.
Oh, if it's, I think the first thing you have to decide is how controversial is the event. So say the event was outdoor concerts, and their claim, meaning the applicant's claim, was this isn't going to harm values. Now our burden is to say, prove it to us. And so they might go hire a consultant, and we might have to say, you know what, we have to hire our own consultant because your consultant's going to tell you what you told them to say. And stuff like that. Because my point being, you want to have valid reasons. Like if you deny a IUP because you think it's going to harm values, you can't just deny it to deny it. Am I correct here that even with IUPs, we can't just deny them to deny them? We have to say that it's not meeting XYZ criteria. That's why we're denying them.
That's right.
And so if we're denying it because we do think it harm values, like I think an outdoor concert venue would harm values in our neighborhood, or our city. So that's what I mean by that. Because we're writing a general event center code that doesn't specify weddings, outdoor concerts, apple orchards. We're going to figure that out in the IUP.
Yeah, I think what staff, again, as we always do, go through the standards and take a look at it. I think staff's position is this is not that different from this apple orchard is not a lot different from other uses that are permitted there, and therefore the city has already said those are consistent. But yes, if you were to deny a conditional use permit or an interim use permit, you can't just say, I think it will negatively impact values. You have to have some findings of fact. And we could disagree about the facts as residents and different commissioners, but you have to have some data to support that. There's case law that says that. It can't be just, I believe it will.
Remember we had that cemetery that was approved a while back, and we actually asked staff to talk to the county assessors and to see their thoughts on that, and they even said, we don't know.
I've been hired to do these studies. There was a noise from trucks, dropping trucks. I know John likes to talk about the noise of dropping trucks, but it happened to be right next to Canterbury Downs where there's a loudspeaker. It's like, it can't be any worse than that probably. But again, that's why every case is case by case.
Mm-hmm. Right. Question on off-street parking. So the proposed ordinance amendment requires one stall per 2 guests. Is that consistent with other similar events? I mean, not just like the event center, but like, I'll say like places of assembly. If we're going to permit a school or church or something, would we still require one stall per 2 people? I mean, to me, that seems overly restrictive.
I think it is a higher standard than that, but let me double check.
part of me suggests making sure we identify all our concerns tonight and tabling this because of the parking one. Because the last thing we want to do is have, even with this applicant's IUP, it doesn't, I would like the applicant to tell us, and I think she told us now, 300, tell us what she wants, and then us to figure out, all right, here are the requirements for parking then, versus us trying to guess at it. And that the parking is a little bit of concern of mine, because you don't want these events to be underparked. And so I want to make sure staff feels very confident with that number's enough to cover guests and staff for events.
So with the ordinance amendment, you're also uncomfortable, like you'd like to table that too?
Well, if we can't write it specifically, because we need some more information about parking, unless the staff feels comfortable. But I know we talked a little bit about staffing and how that fits into the calculation.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times parking requirements are based on square footage of a space, not number of people. So it's a little different in this one since we don't have a building.
So I have mixed feelings on this one. At least as far as the stalls and the number based on guests. In particular, I like how our applicant has proposed a square footage and a area for gravel parking. But you look at Dean's Pumpkin Patch, it's a similar type operation, and they park on
it's dirt.
And they park overflow on dirt across the street on their property. And so I'm not, as I think about this, I'm thinking about if Dean's were to come in today, how are we going to determine what the adequate amount of parking is there, because that's needed, because as I've been here as a resident over almost 10 years now, 8 years, I've seen that parking, I've been going to Dean's for 15 or more, I've seen that parking double or triple. And as their event in their area, that grows. And so I struggle with that one, because Dean's would fall in the event center category.
Today, if they were today. I think what's a little bit different with the Deans is that this property, this owner is planting apple trees. So she's setting aside a very specific area for parking. There is going to be nowhere else to park once she's planted all her apple trees. Where in the Dean's case, there's space and it's grandfathered in, but that's why I want to make sure we get our parking figured out right. So they set aside enough if we're going to, be approving this. Because it's once they plant the apple, I mean, obviously they can rip apple trees out, I guess, and expand parking, but that's not the whole point of it all.
No, but I also look at how catering operations work and how staff works, and there may be different. There may be the parking lot that is provided here at this, and then the catering might pull right up to the building and stay there all night. The bar car might do the exact same thing.
They'll have to have a loading, all that kind of areas. Yep. I mean, we talked about this at the Magnus, because when they first came in here, he mentioned events with over 3,000 or 4,000 people, and we all were like, what? Because that wasn't in the application. That's what I'm trying to say, is we need to make sure we have our site plan guidance and our code figured out. Because right now, we're saying one space per 2 people, and so if she's saying the max occupancy is 300, that's 150 stalls. But how many more stalls do we need for staff?
Can for the basic ordinance, can it be just defer to the IEP CUP process, because every type of event center could be completely different requirements.
Could be.
And so for us to try to generalize all event centers
would be
almost impossible.
I don't disagree with that.
Right now, you have kind of two extremes. You have Dean's, and we have an activity center downtown, right in the middle of the city. So, and that's got, 60, 70 stalls, something like that.
You certainly could. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, you certainly could do that. I just wanted to follow up to the question. It is places of assembly, which tends to be places of worship and similar things, is one space for each 3 seats. And I think what we were thinking about this in occupancy, employees count as occupancy. So that's how you were going to cover that, whether it was a tent or an actual structure. But certainly, the commissioner's point, you could eliminate that and say parking shall be as required by subdivision 7 of the parking standards in 1001.19, or as maybe modified based on the particular use, something like that.
Part of the IUP, yeah.
I mean, the other thought that I'm having with this, and you know, if this is more of an outdoor venue, such as the Dean's, where it is an outdoor venue, the occupancy of buildings doesn't apply.
Correct.
And so, how do you address that? And that, right within the Dean's case, and I hate to keep picking on them, but you know, they have plenty of ample fields to just expand that in. And how do you address that here, where you?
Right. How do you? And that would be the question for staff. Is, you know, as the base underlying use being an apple orchard, is what do some of the other apple orchards have for peak volumes and during that fall time frame? Because that's when, you know, if everyone, like you said, at certain times at Dean's, it's really busy. Mm-hmm. And, you know, these guys don't have more field like Dean's do. And so that's what we don't want, is we don't want cars parking on the street. That would not be good.
Right.
Yeah, I think we were trying to provide some specificity, but the off-site, or the ordinance says that for uses not specified, there's a process that the city will go through to evaluate it and establish minimum parking standards. I won't read it, but that's in the parking code. So perhaps, you know, G could be modified to eliminate some of that question, and again, just respond then to the specific use. If it was an assembly use, it's 1 per 3 seats. If it's something else, there's a process we go through to evaluate it.
So, well.
Yeah, I'm good on parking. I think we should modify it to what you just said.
Yeah, to point back to our parking ordinance. Item H, screening may be required for outdoor facilities related to the event center and may include permanent landscaping, berms, fences, walls. I think this one needs to be a little bit more substantial.
When the word facilities is there, yeah.
Yeah.
We're saying
means building, right?
It may be required, and really
it shall.
I think it's case by case.
I think it's
Are we going to require Deans to put up a fence around their farm? You know, no.
Around the corn maze?
Yeah.
Well,
it's going to be case by case.
I think where the landscaping goes, what the berms look like, what the fences look like, what the walls look like, is a case by case. I think the reason I say almost a shall is we want them to make an improvement to the land, and obviously this applicant has come in and talked about her desire to make the improvements with the plantings and with the other things. But what if we don't have an applicant who's willing to do that to the land, and they just want to use the existing barn, the existing structure that is already there on a different property? Mm-hmm. And that's why I say should or shall require landscaping.
What is our definition of facilities, outdoor facilities? Is that?
Well, again, remember this event center is a lot of different, could be a variety of different things. And so, exactly right. We were thinking, we don't screen an apple orchard. I want to see the apple orchard, right? Mm-hmm. But clearly our code requires buffering or screening of parking lots. I think of buildings. There are some ordinance requirements already. So I think where it got a little bit tricky was if I have a gazebo in the middle of the apple orchard. Is that a structure that needs to be screened? It's clearly a structure. Does it need to be screened, or is that something that's an amenity? And I think you have to look at each one.
With the understanding that we're figuring this out in the IUP versus on the specific site plan application.
Yeah. I guess the only thing is I get back to is if they're not making other improvements to the land, right? I look at a lot of people have planted apple trees in their own yards as landscaping. A lot of people have planted other things in their yards. And so I look at this particular facility, they're doing landscaping improvements just by doing an orchard. is the way I look at it, but maybe others feel differently on that. What I'm trying to portray here, though, is that we are requesting more like we would with a normal site plan, is we're requesting some sort of landscaping plan. We're requesting to see where the entrances are and where the walls,
How the parking lot
where the parking lots
is
are,
going to be and how that maybe is going to be.
and maybe it's to make me feel more comfortable is that it's.
Yeah, and I think that would be addressed in the IUP when the site plan has to do with what we're going to do with the parking lot and screening.
I was going to suggest we can move it along and
Yes.
maybe make a motion on the actual ordinance.
Are we
and tabling
prepared?
the IUP
On these,
itself.
the 1-2 questions I have before someone throws a motion out is, are we changing the hours of operation? Are we striking sound applications?
Wait, let's just make this clear. Are we all, can I entertain a motion to table the second part? The
IUP itself.
The IUP for this specific site.
I'll make a motion to table the IUP for this specific site.
I'll second it. We've got to have reasoning for that. And I would say we need more information.
The biggest reason is I want some more information on the parking lot, and I'm not going to lie, we're under a time constraint, and there's a lot of public people here that would like to talk about the transportation plan too.
And it's also, we also have a lot of work. I think we also have a lot of work in wording to filter through. I mean, we just walked through H. We have I, J, and K to still look at. They're less, but.
So tabling for the IUP, it's specific. Yeah, and I guess the way that I look at it, I kind of look at this two parts. We have the short-term future, which is tents, and then the long-term future, which is a
We're only dealing with
permanent
tents.
We're only dealing with
We're only
tents.
So we don't have to
looking at
worry
the
about the
tents.
long term, but obviously the applicant might want to know how people feel about the long term, but we're only dealing with the tents.
Yeah.
And I'll just say I'm not against tents, but I'm against any sort of sound amplification in those tents systems.
So we have a motion and a second to table.
I'll make a motion to table the whole ordinance because I think it's linked together, to be quite honest. Meaning that this is a good example to work through these things, but if we table it, I guess that's where I want some more information on is parking. If we should really scale back the hours. What do other cities do with amplified music? Maybe you guys got some more.
We did talk about size.
Oh, minimum lot size.
Minimum
Other
lot
cities have
size,
minimum
yep.
lot sizes. Do other cities address the rental side of it?
I think one of the big things that we heard, and maybe there's a way, the staff needs to probably look into it a little bit more or give some clearer definition, is on some of the alcohol permits, the hours of operation for that. I mean, you can have an event venue that might operate till 9 p.m., but the alcohol might shut off at 8. And the catering has to be done at that time.
Well, so I guess.
So there's, I think if we're in agreement on that.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. For, liquor licenses, like Heritage Days. I mean, do we have time limits on?
That's a date.
Okay.
I don't remember, and I filled out a bunch of them, and I don't remember seeing a time in there. Maybe it is, and I spaced it out, but I think it's just days. It's got to be up, I think it's up to 3 consecutive days, but it's days, it's dates.
Okay.
Now, I don't know that doesn't mean we can't have, an overlaying ordinance.
So it just hasn't come up as a problem yet? Where you would add that
Right,
restriction.
these events
Yeah.
are, the events that were, for the most part, talking about Heritage Days, the events we've had at Magnus, the music events, they tend to sell beer primarily, or right up to when the event's done.
Can anyone apply for an event permit on their property?
Yeah, and I thought we had changed that 2 years ago because as to who's required to.
It's stopping anybody, I guess, from the way it sounds.
Well, yeah, so I think the intent was just basically what was said, is so that the police chief kind of has an idea of any large events going on. The problem is, there's a fee associated with it, and I don't know, how you stop a gathering.
So,
I mean, let's say, because a permit implies we can not approve the permit, and now we just cancel the people's right to collect.
Have a backyard wedding or whatever. it
Yeah,
is.
so we've got a motion to table this item.
And
Both
no one
parts.
seconded it yet. and
Both
I'll
parts.
make a motion, I'll amend that motion to table both parts of it.
To both parts.
Yeah, I'll keep my second.
And we've got a motion and a second to table the IUP and the amendment to the ordinance. We'll do a roll call vote on tabling it. Ryan?
Still awake?
Personally, not in favor of tabling it.
Okay. A nay. Mr. Crossland?
Not sure if I want to table both.
Then if you would do the, you should
I'm going to say
vote
nay
no.
for both.
Mr. Saval?
Yeah. Yay.
Yay. This item will be tabled to the July 6th Planning Commission.
That was long.
Yep. Moving on to item 7C. I think we have, backing into the tabling, I think, Commission, we have a lot of thoughts. I think we need to gather our thoughts over the next month here, individually, obviously, and as it relates to this, what we'd like to see and what we've heard from the residents pertaining this particular parcel. So I think that's something we need to help inform staff over the next month as the ordinance gets revised.
Yeah, it'll be here quickly, so
Yes.
sooner rather than later. I think I took copious notes, so and we have the video, and we have some specific direction. But if more things come up, please let Kevin or I know.
All right, 7C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a public hearing on the Transportation Plan Amendment. You've seen this. I'll just kind of walk through, and I think most of the folks in the audience I recognize, but for folks at home, I just want to give a little bit of background. The council directed staff late last year to evaluate the previous transportation studies that have been done in the city to consider a comprehensive plan amendment to create a stronger north-south connection through the city. And so we provided a summary to the council in February. The council directed staff to proceed with what at the time was called Option 2, which is, I've got some images, but keeping Fernbrook on its current alignment and creating a stronger north-south connection at Zanzibar. So we then met with Hennepin County Transportation staff and Met Council staff to discuss the changes, and both reviewed that and said they had no objection to the changes. So we proceeded, council reviewed that information at their April 11th meeting and directed staff to move ahead with the project. The next step was an open house that was held on May 8th, and in your packet I included the written comments that we got and a summary of that meeting. I know some of you were either in attendance or watched online. So I will, some of this you heard, but a comprehensive plan is a long-range planning document to help the city guide the future. It isn't the action item. The action item is the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance and other parts of the code. But the comp plan is a guideline for the city to use in decision-making relating to land use, park dedication, infrastructure, and et cetera. And it's not just the city using that to plan, but developers, landowners as well. And on the screen is one of the maps from the existing comprehensive plan, which has what we've called the X, shifting Fernbrook and crossing in that vicinity. So the new road would be more of a northwest direction, which would keep Fernbrook in its existing configuration. The current plan does make it, council found, difficult to move through the city in a north-south direction, and requires the city to fully fund this reconstructed Fernbrook Lane before the county would take jurisdiction over, which is a significant cost to for the city to bear. These were the three options that we looked at to provide that north-south connection. Again, this is the existing plan, Fernbrook here, and then an X. There was an option called option 2, which is what we're proceeding with, which kept Fernbrook where it is, creates a new east-west connection, and then a stronger north-south connection here. There was a third option that came out of some previous work that was done, but that did not get support to sort of slide Fernbrook. This is the new plan that shows that stronger north-south connection from the new interchange ultimately all the way to a future river crossing. Fernbrook Lane would remain in its current location as a county road, and a potential new 121st Avenue would be constructed to connect with Zanzibar Lane. And the proposed amendment allows for a stronger north-south connection, allows the roadways to align with an existing street grid, and keeps the improvements of Fernbrook a county responsibility. And I just want to pause for a minute and say again, these are FAT marker lines. The city is not acquiring property. This is a plan for generally how those road alignments would occur. And final alignment would be done as land develops, city acquires right-of-way through the subdivision process. So just as an aside, side-by-side comparison, on the left is the current comprehensive plan. On the right is the amendment that we are proposing this evening. The comprehensive plan amendment is simply to the transportation plan, not to other sections of the document. The council has been talking about comprehensive plan amendments related to land use, particularly in this area of the city. But that is a separate action item. It is not part of tonight's agenda. The city can plan for street improvements in advance of changes to land use. The comprehensive plan amendment is a policy change that lets us plan as development occurs to acquire right-of-way and ultimately build that road. As that right-of-way comes in, we'll work with developers to avoid wetlands, significant tree stands, other natural features, poor soils. So again, it's a guide for the future alignment. This evening is the public hearing. This is an opportunity for formal comments. Again, all of the comments from the open house are provided. The Planning Commission should make a recommendation to the council. Tentatively, the council is expected to act on this at their June 13th meeting. If they approve it, then it would be submitted to the Metropolitan Council for review. This is a minor amendment under the comprehensive plan amendment process, meaning it can be an administrative review, which is approximately 30 days as opposed to the longer 3, 4, 5 month process we typically see. So this evening we are asking the commission to review the request, discuss it, and make a recommendation to the city council.
Any questions for staff?
I'm just trying to remember when we started this. If that was
16 months ago.
2020.
Okay. Okay. That was it.
We have went through about 2 consultants and lost our whole planning staff though, so that's where we're at today.
I might argue it was a decade, but
Yeah.
Just one quick question for staff. When you guys sent out all the notices to the public, because there's been discussions on drawing lines on this map that aren't on the map, that's up for being approved. And just want the public to know, because this is my understanding, is that we can't really draw any more lines on this map or change them without going through the public notification process. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, so the map that we're asking you to approve, this is just one of them. There are several maps in the transportation chapter that change. So we sent out information about the changes, and this is the proposed map.
So, for example, the 129th, that was extended across, that was brought up 16 months ago. But we can't really draw that line on the map today because there's people that would have had to been notified that probably weren't, which is fair enough. It is what it is. The other question that keeps coming up, because we're dealing with land uses, is East French Lake Road is drawn on this map. And there's been multiple discussions about how Dayton Parkway is going to extend through that area that might result in East French Lake Road getting reconfigured. But that's still not an option because even though we talked about it a long time ago, it's just with staffing, whatever, this is where we're at today. Is that fair to say?
Well, I would just caveat, it's still an option, but this evening what we're looking at is specifically these amendments, but the commission has options tonight to make a recommendation to the council that you further amend it, and that would send it back through that process. Either send it back or adopt this and say to the council, we'd also like to look at these other alignments. And what I would say again to the Planning Commission and to the audience is our comprehensive update is mandated to be updated by 2028, and our system statements are coming back in 2025. So we are going to be looking at this sooner rather than later. So to prioritize amendments is probably part of what council's trying to work on.
And just so council's aware, because I know three of them are here, one of the challenges is trying to figure out the land uses where East French Lake Road is. If we don't know how that's actually going to be aligned, we can talk high level, but we can't really start looking at individual parcels until we know that pattern better.
It's quiet.
It's your turn to speak, John.
I mean, I don't have a question. I mean, I've similar observation when I first looked at this map of the 2040 forecast traffic volumes and 129th or what is that, French Lake Road, right? Yeah.
East French Lake Road.
East French Lake Road, 21,000 vehicles a day. Compared to what, I don't know, around 4,000 now. So, and try and think of why are we addressing this? Well, that's the reasoning, is we've got to push, kind of try to funnel all this traffic that we're going to
You're talking Fernbrook. Yeah.
And then south on Fernbrook. Where is it going to go? Is it going to go to 94 at, was it Maple Grove Parkway or at Dayton Parkway? Those are the two choices. That's the reason why we had the X and are now trying to get rid of the X. So it's hard to visualize today necessarily because we do have a lot of development, but it's not where we're going to be at 20 years from now. So just a comment.
Paul, do you have anything?
I don't have anything to add right now.
Okay. Or for staff. Ryan, do you have anything for staff?
We lost him.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I have one. I guess I have one remaining or one question as it pertains to as we look at as we looked at options, just so we have a clear understanding of why we don't want to pursue. I mean, as we look at options, we're obtaining these roadways in as development occurs, and we don't want to obtain excess land that we don't think we're going to need. Is that Is that a fair statement? Or I guess
I guess I wasn't following completely.
so the Lee property, for example, we preserved an easement to pursue a variation of either the X or objective 3, and we don't want to obtain excess land that we don't think we're going to need or
not get land that we will someday need.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're looking at this as a future for development, and as development occurs, to help guide us where to preserve land.
Yep.
But without taking too much. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think that it'll all work itself out once the lines on the paper are figured out. We're just really struggling
Where
as
the
a
lines go.
community over the last decade of getting those lines right. And granted, the audience should know too that the X was there because Dayton Parkway interchange wasn't a known fact. And once that became a known fact, we probably should have pivoted way sooner than we did and got it figured out. But here we are today.
I guess at this time, 9:45, we will open the public hearing. If there's anyone here who would like to make a comment or address, can we pull up the proposed concept?
Yes.
Please come forward and state your name and address.
So Eric Seppold at 11534 Brayburn Trail. So I think I have 3 questions since I wasn't able to make it to the Q&A session. Do you want to present them one at a time or all together? One at a time?
Yeah.
So I think I'm in favor of the realignment or moving away from the X, but I also kind of want to know a little bit more. I guess my first assumption is that the north-south traffic will, go down Zanzibar, shift over, and then to get into Maple Grove would be down 81. Is that the anticipated pathway versus
Depends on where people
Fernbrook to that crossing at 81?
If people are going to like Target or Home Depot, then they go down 81. But if they're just going towards the Twin Cities, then they just want to get on 94.
Right.
By the time that it gets built, it's hard to tell what sort of commercial uses are going to be along this road too.
Right,
They
right.
might not be going to Maple Grove.
Good point. So that was the one question. I guess my other question would be, it's kind of been thrown out there, the land use plans, and that there's potential changes coming to that, or at least discussions around it. Are there any anticipated land use changes that we should know based off of these, I guess, the amended alignment that are kind of known, like we plan to move this direction now versus the original land use plans?
So I think the guidance that we had a work session a number of months ago.
Last month?
Was it last month?
Yeah.
1 month.
Just last
Feels
month.
longer.
Just last
It
month.
feels like way longer. We had a work session last month with the council, and the direction that we, as the planning commission, were move forward with was, as when this gets adopted, then we do need to relook at the land use. And similar to this, if it's done outside the comprehensive plan, we're going to need to go through a similar process. If it's done with the comprehensive plan, then it'll be a very similar process, but on a much larger scale.
Got it.
So,
And it's hard to give you specific
Right.
advice because there's different opinions on what might happen, so it's just hard to give you specifically. But the biggest thing to keep in mind is that you have the land use map with the road alignment on it, or the zoning map, or I think it's the land use. The whole idea, it's more obvious when you look at this map, is that with the road shifting, some of those locations of commercial uses are going to have to shift because you want them next to the road. I guess that's the easiest way to look at it. You can see that red blob, it's to the right.
Yep.
And we don't even, that's what was my comment earlier, we don't even know if Dayton Parkway is going to loop like it shows there. So that's a big discussion for us to get figured out, and that's going to drive that land use of where that red blob should
Well,
be.
in timing, so the 2040, 2030 comprehensive plan really starts in 3 years from now. And that's going to be a big process, so I don't really want to go through all that right now and then
One
do
of the
it again
challenges
in
of John is
3 years.
that this whole blocked area is a 2020
It's
staging.
current.
Yeah.
So we need
So
to,
we
do
can't
need to
just
figure it out.
wait. We gotta,
We
one of the
gotta
issues
do
could be is
something,
some,
but,
well, it's
yeah.
just more that we don't want, if an event center was allowed in that red area, and I'm not saying it is, I'm just using that as an example, some of that's actually in current zoning. Nothing's stopping people, because our guided plan and our zoning says you can do this legally. And so we want to make sure we get the right uses in the right places with access to the roads. And because that changed, we want to make sure we adopt those land uses to make sure that the access is lined up with the uses.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I think part of why I asked is just the preservation of the community that I specifically moved into and live at, and would hate to see one of these alterations shift commercial, let's say more to the east, for example, but that first section looks very similar on both plans, I guess. And that leads to my next question is, with the transportation study and this kind of amendment to that route, is there any anticipated usage changes of 117th? Was that a prior meeting when it was talking about the Lee concept plan and the substation and the right-of-way widths, and it was brought up that it could accommodate a 4-lane, but it would be super tight. And there was opposition by Mr. Demuth that we wouldn't want to have it go wider to restrict too much traffic as an east-west connector, which I would totally agree with. But then on the flip side, if there was the chance that this resulted in it being a more heavily utilized east-west route, is that road prepared in the right-of-ways to make it a safe route or a way to avoid it from becoming a heavily traveled road so that it maintains the peacefulness of that area to some extent? I guess I don't know if the transportation study alluded to anything on, with this route, we would see more usage on these roads, and with this route, we'll see less or more usage on these roads in that area.
I would envision, as you can see, where the X used to be and the colors going from the red to the pink and the orange as it goes north. And now with the new, I'm drawing a blank on this, 121st, people coming from the northeast of Dayton into that commercial area would come across 121st instead of 117th. So it's hard to say exactly what the traffic pattern is going to be like, but adding that 121st in sure seems to help. As you notice, it's hard to see on this map here. We're anticipating, is it Dayton Parkway to Zanzibar? Is that full length to be a county road?
Well, eventually, the hope or the expectation is it would become county jurisdiction. I don't know at what time that would occur. There'd be long gaps in that because it has to terminate at an equal or higher jurisdiction, so probably not until it gets all the way to North Diamond Lake Road.
But we'd be building it more like a county road, and as we're building it with that in mind, that's going to be the higher capacity road. The city road like 121st that we're proposing here is probably going to be more similar to what 117th is.
Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah, that extension would be constructed as if it were a county road at a higher capacity. It's identified as a 4-lane divided.
So that's where you're going to see the higher traffic is.
Yeah. With that being said, Eric, I don't know what's going to happen, but just so you're aware, there's discussions that 121st won't connect the Fernbrook because there's a swamp there. It just might not make sense to go through the swamp. Maybe it does. My concern about 117th is people are going to use it regardless, because it's a natural connection in the Rogers right up West French Lake Road. So anybody that wants to avoid the freeway, it's like a frontage road in a way. And so to me, when people are actually using it, no different than how people use Fernbrook today, the more you can make it safer and wider for safer, I'm all for it. And that was kind of my points of discussion is if the Lee property comes in, even though we didn't do it on Brayburn, is let's take a little bit extra because now that we've gotten rid of the X, that's naturally going to put more people wanting to use 117 with the X gone.
Yeah, I appreciate that response. I kind of saw positives from both ways back of that discussion. I just didn't know if this rerouting would tend, 117 to get set up differently at all because of this. But
Well, I think also the advantage of taking more of a road buffer, even if we don't, build a super wide road, you've got that for landscaping and having, when you're driving down the road, it's not just a 6-foot fence after 6-foot fence. You have space to put trees and whatnot. So we're talking about the buffering for porta potties and so. Go ahead.
That's all I have for questions. But
All right.
thanks.
I also see like 129th. I think needs to have a connection to Zanzibar.
That's not part of this. That's not
No.
part of this transportation
No,
plan.
but it-
I second
And
it.
I think
so
it
we
should-
cannot, we cannot go through this cycle again, and part of why we talked about it, if you recall, from when we started looking at this, is that's outside of the immediate staging area that we
Yep.
weren't as concerned about it.
Yeah, the 129th, even though a lot of us believe it should be there, we're
It's-
less concerned about that because we have time to adjust.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to happen up there. We have less time if something came in and people had applications down in the south part.
So the public hearing is still open. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on, make a comment?
Greg Peterson, 12530 Fernbrook. I guess initially I came here tonight to talk about that 129th. I'm sure you've talked about it 100 times and stuff like that. What is this, you've been working on this for a year and a half evidently or whatever. What is this, is this something that has to happen soon? This week, next month? You've waited this long, I guess. And why, and I guess, I'll start with that. What is this, something that has to happen? Or you just want to get it over with, or is it, I've only caught wind of this last fall.
That's a really good question, Greg.
Sure. I caught wind of this last fall, and I've been,
So
so.
some brief history, right?
Yeah.
We had the X in the previous comprehensive plan. The transportation plan requires, as development occurs, that's our guidance for where to preserve land for future roadways.
Understood.
And so a property came in, we refer to it as the lead property, came in, and there started to be a lot of discussion around, is the X the correct transportation plan now with the interchange in place and everything else in the city? So that kicked off looking into updating the transportation plan and going down this path, so that we can prepare our current landowners who are developing for what we're going to need to preserve for
Sure. So
right away.
the 129th, I look at this, well, can you go to the other one?
The street map?
Yeah. Yeah, so just, from my looking at it, I don't even see 129th as being thought of, but obviously it's there, it's farm field.
Yep.
We know it's the best place to blow it through to. You want to go from Chample, you want to go from that fire truck out to Quick Trip? You know as well as me, that's the best way to do it.
Yep.
Or coming down Zans, whichever, but.
Unless you put a Quick Trip.
And it will take a lot of traffic off of people that they won't even want to use Fernbrook if they're, and just want to get somewhere, because that's going to be quicker to go to Dayton Parkway likely. That's the whole idea.
There's no real plan anymore. Going way back, initially Maple Grove Parkway was going to go across the creek, go in front of Sundance. There's no tie into that anymore.
So
because you're trying to stay on that side of the creek.
So.
Well, Maple Grove Parkway is just going to end at our boundary, and we're going to stick to Fernbrook. And whether Fernbrook becomes more like Maple Grove Parkway over time is really going to be how the city builds out and traffic volumes. And that's going to be a county road, so they'll dictate when they do that.
But that's not going to tie up and go. I guess it'd be going
It'll tie up
north.
to 129th, and that's where it'll terminate.
Maple Grove Parkway will tie into Fernbrook per Maple Grove's plan.
So it's going to. They want to bump it into Fernbrook directly.
They will tie it in.
Because at one time it was going to come down in front of Sundance.
It'll be tied in probably within the next 9 months.
It's currently more or less under grading right now.
Not much we can do about that one, but
the question of timing and why we're doing this now, we also have a development moratorium.
Yes,
So that
related
we
to all
can
this.
finish this.
I forgot about that.
And the biggest
Yeah.
property is the Lee property, because now that this is done, they might submit a new site plan, for all we know, that utilizes their land differently, and we would probably even prefer that, because we want them to utilize their land better than, having I forget how wide it was, 80 or 100 feet set aside for a future road that.
It was 120.
Yeah.
Where's that east-west, where's exactly is that bumping out? Is that at 100 and, I forget the name.
We're calling it 121st just to split the difference as parcels develop along there, I think you're talking new east-west, right?
I'm just wondering where it bumps out onto Fernbrook, if that's
It
it.
may or may not.
It
May or may not, right.
Because there's a swamp there. Likely
Exactly,
to stop.
exactly, there's a lot of wetland back in there. But I mean, is that where the old school is? Is that
That
a
area.
because there's a lot of houses in there, there's a lot of people there, and, I've got a lot of neighbors that are obviously you know that, but, I guess that just my biggest thing was I just wanted to make sure that 129th is on your radar, that it's not being jumped over. To me, that's the obvious place to go, but that's just not something you put into the, I just don't know why you wouldn't add that line to say, this is where future is.
And we would add it right now today, Greg, if we didn't have to, but we have a process of, you have to notify certain people in the public that
Oh, I
we're
know.
notified.
That's why I was asking
we
how
can't
fast
just-
this all had to
We can't just draw
happen.
it today, but we'd rather get this through, so when the Lee property comes through,
I
it's
understand.
officially amended.
Yeah. Could I ask what, just for my own knowing, where is the Lee property? Is that on 100?
Maybe Dennis can.
Dennis can point to it, probably the
It's
easiest.
just south of 117th.
It's
on
right,
Fernbrook.
it's that triangle right there.
I got you. Okay. All right, I'll leave it alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll try and be brief. At least who's from the Right? My name is Brock Johnson. I own, with my wife, property at 12030 East French Lake Road. A lot of this went pretty quickly for us. I grew up on the farm, so it's kind of fun. But the changes that have happened has been very difficult for us to plan what our property will do. So I'm just kind of looking for guidance on how, like investments or things like that. Albert's across the street died. We've been looking at that property for 20 years. But now all that is changing. If it were you, would you bail on it? Light pollution, everything has changed so much. The value seems to keep going down, and this just kind of makes it worse. Do you have any opinion on that?
Everyone looks at me. I'm a commercial real estate appraiser, and I do a lot of land development appraisals. When you talk about values, it's tough to predict the timing of everything. We've had a hard enough time getting our own plans figured out here. And, there's the $1 million, or I should call it $40 million question, how Dayton Parkway is going to get built.
Right.
And so it's all about timing. If Dayton Parkway, for whatever reason, got figured out and constructed the next 7 years, you should buy everything you can. If it takes 15, 20 years, you shouldn't have.
Right. Yeah, that is.
We don't really control it. The market controls it. We control the planning, but the market comes and says, we're ready, we're not ready. And we don't want to go I think I speak for all of us here, no one's interested in going as fast as we can. We want to be prepared for it, though.
And I think I'll couple that with, as these are fat lines on the map.
Right.
If we have a willing seller and someone who's willing to work with us on where these roadways go as they want to develop their land, that makes it a lot easier to help guide where the land goes. And we're not saying that you should, but you should be aware of that, because that may also impact what you don't want to do, right?
And I've talked to a lot of the landowners in this area when I was running for council, and it's amazing how there's people that want to be there for the next 20 years, and there's people that say, I'm done putting any money into my house because I'm ready for someone to come buy my land and go move somewhere else. And you just don't know when the timing is going to be there. It's a difficult thing. And this is not there's a lot of properties impacted with Dayton Parkway going to the next phase, and it's not going to be a simple task.
No, for sure, yeah. With it at 117th, it's
Yeah.
pretty wild already. Like, went quick for us. All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Going once, going twice?
We do have people online.
Oh. We got,
Let's go back to the, it's a whole nother can of worms, but it'll take a minute.
No, it's 10 o'clock.
are you a member of the public?
10:04, Mr. Mayor.
I don't want to see any, I want to. What happens, and I'm not sure why that, it's probably way too late. We can't fix this situation right here. This is one of the biggest mistakes that we've done in this whole plan. Because this thing should have been brought this way a little bit more and brought up straighter. This is too late, right? 117th connection?
Let's build.
It's already done, right?
I mean, all the utilities are in, they're paving within the next month.
So. Okay.
So,
Council, aren't you supposed to know about these things?
Well, I knew it was built, but
so I mean, that's an example where timing matters.
Do we have anyone online who'd like to speak?
If you are online and would like to speak, raise your hand and we'll bring you in. Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
All right, with that, I am going to close the public hearing at 10:06, a late public hearing. And I guess I'll open it up to further discussion within the Planning Commission of what we would like to recommend to council.
I'll make this quick. I'll make a motion to recommend to the council that we adopt option 2 and continue to solve the rest of the problems that have been identified.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to adopt option 2, the Fernbrook alignment, or retain Fernbrook alignment, with the additional discussion about what's going to occur elsewhere. I think we've talked about it enough as a council. Any further discussion, or as a commission, I should say?
I'm going to vote nay, and the reason is if, and I struggle with this a little bit, I guess my preference is for 3 of the realignment of Fernbrook. And the reason for that is if the costs are equal, whether we keep it the same or widen the existing road or move it over, I think it's going to be a better project if we move it over and start new again. You know, where I struggle with it is, you know, we've got lots of county roads, lots of driveways and homes that are on county roads. This isn't unique to that, but what is unique is the amount of study that we've put into this road. So I do think we can make an improvement that's going to be more beneficial. But I also understand, like, we spent a long, hours talking about this about a month ago in Raymond, the same brick wall of just kind of glazed eyes of like, let's just make a decision and go home.
You know, I never believed, John, that the costs were equal, ever, because their realignment is pulling through a wooded swampy area. You got to put a whole new road bed down. You already have a road bed. I get it, there's property owners impacted, but, and when I pushed them a little bit, they even told me, oh, those are high level. And I was like, well, if they're high level, why are you putting them in a packet? I mean, we're trying to make decisions on them. People get fired up, and people were using that as a reason to realign, which I get it. If they were the same, I'd do it. But they're not going to be the same. It's going to be substantially more, and it's going to come out of our pocket versus the county if we realigned it. So
yeah,
and I get it.
Point.
So,
I've gone back and forth on this. My personal preference from how to handle this situation is the realign Fernbrook to preserve the right of way as we move forward. If in 20 years Fernbrook never gets built and stays in its current alignment, what's that in acreage that we've lost, and can it be, can we use it for something else as a trail connection to Elm Creek Park or something along those lines? Just something I've been struggling with and thinking about, because if we don't preserve the land today, it's going to be harder to get in the future. And we're learning that. We've learned that multiple times with different options that we've gone with. And that's why the realigned Fernbrook is my preferred option. And we may come to a conclusion in 3 years that we don't need it, and it kind of sucks that we didn't come to that conclusion earlier for the people that we didn't buy out, weren't able to sell all their land, but we're making the decision with
I've been doing what I do for 25 years, and every community goes through this. We're not unique. It's just the way it is. But what I can tell you is that in 15 years from now, a decent percentage of the homes along Fernbrook, in particular the ones on 5+ acres, are going to be converted to a different use. And that'll be your opportunity some of those curb cuts are going to go away. But someday when those people decide to sell, move on, they're probably going to be wishing that we didn't leave their land guided or some of it's not guided right now, single family, it's guided townhome. But they're going to be thankful that we thought out a way for them that we're maximizing their value for a different use compared to trying to sell your home on a really busy Fernbrook road. Because it's still going to be busy. Even if we realigned it, the road's not going away. And a lot of people know that it's there, so they'll just take the straight shot versus the windy road through the realignment. You can't get rid of the road because there's homes on it. So,
but you can slow it down so it's not 70 miles an hour.
That's a different discussion. I'm all about the roundabouts and a lot of things to make it safer and wider.
That's a wicked road. But save the process, save that land.
Darren, one of the things I've looked at with just looking at some of the geometry and of realigning Fernbrook and Fernbrook to the east. We have a unique, it's from 129th down to Rush Creek Parkway. We have a unique area of the city that's it's up tucked next against the park. Some of them are highly desirable lots, nice big wooded lots up against a park reserve. How beautiful is that? And to be able to incorporate that into some more higher end, as they start to redevelop in some higher end neighborhoods that could incorporate some of the older homes that are there and existing, and you realign Fernbrook and make it into more of a neighborhood, and you make it into a neighborhood curvature. And I get it, it's going to cost a lot of money, and it's going to cost some developers, or take some development to do it. But I think, to me, these are half-baked and half-baked alignments, and one of the things that I'd like to see is, there's more. We've done enough studies on the traffic counts, and there's ways to show it from that perspective. But what we haven't done, and we've all alluded to this, is there's swamps along Fernbrook and wetlands, and I'm not oblivious to that at all. But I think we're just ignoring them and saying this is the easiest route to go versus what can be done to preserve and maintain this kind of unique rectangle.
Right. I think if you go around them though, Peter, you're getting closer back to your X to begin with. It didn't. We should have just kept the X. I think, and if you don't put that road next to those swamps, that creates opportunity too for people that create some nice high-end homes close to the park. where if you run the road next to it, you have a road through a swamp. And you just cut it off and you protected the swamp, but you didn't maximize your use of your real estate for your city. Anyway.
Well, we have a motion and a second. Ryan dropped off,
He did.
and so
It's 4 of us.
it's 4 of us. If we have a tie vote, then what happens?
It's just a recommendation.
No recommendation. So,
We send a tie recommendation to the council.
Yep.
so,
That's it.
so
We got to vote anyway.
we got to vote anyways, so. All those in favor of the motion that was made?
Do we still do a roll call?
Ryan dropped off, so we do not need to do a roll call.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Tie motion, or no motion,
Unless there's another motion, but I would,
unless,
I don't have one.
yeah.
Well, I mean, you got 3 options, so you could pick one. I'm a little frustrated this didn't come up a year ago, or at our meetings.
I will say in fairness, I have brought this up multiple times that there are other tools out there that we're not seeing from our consultants. Being a consultant myself in roadway design, I know they exist. I use them. I have teams that use them. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have my company do the work for the city because that would be a conflict of interest. But I know they exist, and it's unfortunate that we haven't had anyone take a look at this. And the product that I'm thinking of in particular is called Concept Station, and you can drag and drop an alignment. You can show how much grading impacts it's going to be. It's based on geospatial data that already exists in Google. I was telling Darren, I think, Dennis, that someone proficient in it could probably knock out all 3 of these alignments in a couple hours. It'd give us a high-level cost estimate of where these would be and what it would look like. And unfortunately, when I brought that recommendation to staff, as we started looking at this, it was never brought forward.
I'll say some of my reasoning. Dayton's a very unique place, and if we've got the park, we've got topography. I mean, you go north of us, and it's just the Anoka sand plain. You go east, and it's what used to be potato farms. I don't want to see Dayton develop as another cookie cutter subdivision or suburb. I want to see us take advantage of what we have and be unique, but that comes at a cost.
How does realigning it make us more unique? Help me with that.
It's not just all straight roads.
That's
I mean,
what
that's
is.
it. Yeah.
I don't
That's what
agree.
the country is.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
I
the
don't
rural
disagree.
environment that we want.
I don't disagree with John in that part, but also it doesn't. If we realign Fernbrook, it also allows us to develop the east side of. It allows us to develop the east side in a different manner than what we've shown. Yes.
I think we can. Well, what's shown is we all know that that's wrong. It's not going to be a sea of townhomes. That's what's shown on our comp plan.
I understand.
Okay. If you look at Fernbrook, it's roughly 40-acre chunks. So the depth of 40 acres, 1,300 feet
20. Yep.
before you hit the park, all the way up. If you got creative with land uses, because you already have 1/17 that extends across, you have 1/21 that actually extends across. You don't have 1/25 extending across because there's a little pond there. But my whole point is that can develop on its own basis already. It's 1,300 feet wide with whatever we want it to be it high-end single-family homes, retaining the existing uses, apartment complexes, and as that develops, those curb cuts along Fernbrook are going to be gone. These houses, some of these houses are on tiny lots and older, and they're actually going to have a higher value when they sell their home if we guided it like apartments in certain areas. And he had a nice apartment complex near the park and the park entry. And so, to me, it's a long-term decision, number one. It's not about doing this tomorrow and taking someone's house down. It's a long-term decision. And to me, I'm setting them up now, they get to make their choice with using land use policies to help improve the access on Fernbrook. And you put roundabouts in there, that's going to make it way safer too. I'd rather give them choices like that than give the whole city and make the whole city pay for a choice of rerouting a road that is like building Dayton Parkway. I'm more concerned about getting Dayton Parkway built than realigning Fernbrook. And that's the most frustrating part about this whole amendment is we've spent 16 months talking about Fernbrook and realignment and 0 time talking about Dayton Parkway, the most important road in our city. And that's exactly what the first consultant gave us. They focused on this. These consultants picked up where they left off, and that's why we're shoving this through without hitting 129th and all this, because everyone keeps getting hung up on Fernbrook when our focus, I mean, obviously we need to get Fernbrook right, but I think it is right being straight. So, I mean, I don't know if that changed any of your guys' minds, but.
When does the county step in and say, let's pop 129th? Does the county ever do that?
The city can partner with the county and request something like that, but Hennepin County in the next 5 years for sure, probably 7 or 10, isn't going to do anything on a road that they don't have it already built. We have to bring it to them and probably pay at least 50% of it.
Okay, well. 125th and Zanzibar, you're to go across and sweep it down.
Sorry, Greg, but.
Yeah, I'm close, I know.
Yeah, not to cut you off. I appreciate your comments, but.
Save the land, guys.
Darren, I see exactly what you're talking about with we need to focus on Zanzibar, and we've talked about a number of things over there at different points. And I think a number of us in the room, and I'm looking at Scott, have said, why didn't we look closer at the intersection of Dayton Parkway and 117? And that's what I'm afraid we're doing over on the Fernbrook side, is we're not looking close enough. We're looking at it high level, big picture, and I get that's what the comp plan's supposed to be, but we're not looking at it close enough to say, you know what, damn it, I wish I would have saved that.
Maybe we missed something, but I honestly felt like this is all we've looked at is the Fernbrook realignment. So we've really spent a lot of time on it in my mind. Even with the first SRF traffic study. But I mean, maybe I'm missing something because I don't know exactly what you're talking about with your tool. So, but I feel like we have spent a lot of time on the Fernbrook realignment or no realignment. We've held almost every public meeting has been about that. And at the last public meeting, I took away from watching it that the public was in support of not realigning it. Am I correct? Is that your guys' interpretation too?
Well, basically, the 40 or so people on Fernbrook want you to spend money on it.
At the public meeting, it seemed like that wasn't the case anymore. It was the first public meeting.
Yeah, it depended on which group. Like the second group was, quite the opposite of the first group. But
Mr. Chair, I know you closed the public hearing, but
Yes.
you are taking other comments from the audience. There was somebody on the call with a hand raised, and as soon as I said that, they put their hand down. But
We're a big city, we have a lot of challenges, and we can only focus on so many at a time.
Yep.
I'd love to comment if you're opening it up again, but
I
respect that.
We've closed. We've made a motion. Do we need and we did not come to an agreement. Do we have any other discussion or motions
Either
for tonight?
Paul or I need to make a motion to not approve it, or you guys need to make a motion to approve it, because that'll change the votes.
Understood.
Well, we have a motion to approve it that, I just want to clarify, you do have a motion, the motion failed,
Yep.
2-2 vote. That can proceed to the council. You don't, but you certainly can make other motions. But I just wanted to clarify that we didn't have all three options in front of you tonight. The public hearing was the comp plan amendment to change to that map. So we didn't notice option 3 for the public hearing tonight. So really, I think the options for this evening, fair or not, are to approve the comp plan amendment that's in front of you or to recommend denial of the comp plan amendment that's in front of you.
I'll
Just
make a
because of the
motion
public
to
hearings.
approve the comp plan amendment that's in front of us.
Which would be option 2.
Option 2, because 3 does not exist.
Right.
I'll approve the motion. Or second it. Sorry.
Any discussion?
I think we've really discussed it a lot. I mean, I think if you guys want to, if you're still not on board and want to sway us, we're listening.
If the focus is on, or should be on Dayton Parkway, then let's focus on Dayton Parkway and address Fernbrook.
I feel like we've addressed Fernbrook in all of our discussions because that's what we've discussed for the last 16 months.
Mm-hmm.
And the general consensus the last 6 months has been no realignment. That's what I take away from our work session meetings. That's what I took away from watching the council. And I get it. It's okay if people disagree. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't disagree. I'm very respectful of that. And so I don't mean to say I see that if we keep keeping the focus on this realignment or no realignment, we have to have a really good reason, like it probably should maybe be realigned. And I don't honestly am struggling to see any reason to realign it. I really am. I don't think it helps protect land. I don't think it helps preserve that wetland feature that's already there and maximize the real estate usages around that. I think we're shoving a road next to it and creating pinch points next to it. And so imagine if that road snakes up alongside that wetland, what sort of use are you going to put on the east side of the road next to the wetland? Probably nothing. It'll probably be the road.
I think it's Fernbrook through, I don't know if it's Plymouth or Minnetonka by Wayzata High School.
That'd be...
Yeah, very hilly area.
Done.
Right, but I mean, it's all wetland.
Yep.
You get wetland, railroad, public uses, the high school, parkland, and so on.
Yep.
So I mean I don't know.
I just think that we have acres and acres, though, of not these kind of features.
Mm-hmm.
Like in that area, there's hills, there's swamps, there's everything everywhere you go. It's gorgeous. Here to the west, we have farm fields, which are beautiful in their own way, but eventually they'll become homes. And that's why I just think that we might as well preserve this area. And I honestly do think that along Fernbrook, it'll slowly redevelop, and that character is going to change anyway, and a lot of those curb cuts will go away.
I think, too, part of the reason to get away from the X is the diagonal roads are a very challenging thing to plan around, and we're creating diagonal properties.
Especially as
roads through
arterial
this,
roads. Not
and-
so, yeah.
Yeah, and those are major roads, and I feel like we're just kind of arbitrarily saying, let's just push it over. And I don't think we gain a whole lot by it.
I have a couple hard disagreements with that. I mean, every single property that redeveloped needs a stormwater pond, and stormwater ponds work well in oblong triangle shapes. And not saying that that's going to be the lowest spot where it can go, but that's always a good feature. We also want a lot of green space and open space, and so that's also another thing to consider. Not saying it's the highest and best use for the land, but it's something to consider. When I think about Fernbrook, I look at, like John was saying, Peony Lane over by Wayzata High School. I don't think it's Fernbrook.
Okay.
No, it's
I think
like
it's
Dunkirk or
Peony Lane.
Yeah.
That was a roadway realignment that Plymouth looked at years before it happened. That's a roadway where, you look at Maple Grove Parkway extending into Fernbrook. They're planning around it. they've planned and redeveloped and realigned these county roads. Northwest Boulevard down near Bass Lake Road used to not connect the way it did. It used to connect at Hemlock. And Maple Grove has made successful attempts to, and successfully, not only attempted, but successfully has realigned some of these roadways that are county roads as their development occurs. Part of it is to also save older areas. There's a segment on Fernbrook between 117th and 121st Avenue that, yes, it's older homes, but they're slightly smaller lots. They're 2.5 acre lots. But you know what? Those are reasonable acreage lots that we have in the city, reasonably priced, that are actually somewhat affordable compared to the $500,000 to $700,000 lots that they're building on less than a quarter acre property across the street. And so when we think about where we're preserving, what we're preserving, and where we're preserving, those are the things that I'm thinking about. We don't have much for sale in this area of less than $500,000, and the market demands it. But if I look at home values in this little pocket here, a $300,000 home on a 2.5 acre lot, that's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good, if I'm looking at the market value, right? Compared to what's brand new housing costs. And so now we're giving housing options by preserving our older infrastructure. And that's where my head's at with this, as the plan is.
And one of the reasons why those prices get so deflated is you're located on a very busy road. It's already busy. It's only going to get busier. And that's why someday it's better to plan around how you use your land use policies and let the market determine it, and the property owners decide for themselves when and if they ever want to change and sell their land to someone. But if you changed and guided that, Peter, for example, that particular area, if you put one apartment complex and some townhomes with good park access, those property owners would financially benefit way more than selling their house to someone that had to buy a home on a really busy road that's not going to get any safer. And my fear is, even if you realign it, that road's still going to get used a lot. It's not going away.
You don't believe that you could terminate between 121st and roughly 125th? You could terminate and truncate it there?
I would think if you terminated that, you would have just as many people complaining about, I have to drive this much further out of my way now.
But those are the things that we haven't talked about with the Fernbrook realignment. And that's my concern.
You can't do anything with that until you get that north side. And that's the way out.
Well, I understand you can't do anything with it till that.
By then, Fernbrook's a nightmare. Fernbrook's going to have to be dealt with in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, because Dayton Parkway's not going to get constructed in the next 5 or 7 years to alleviate anything.
So
I'm not a big fan of study. I know you said it earlier, Peter, and I'm not trying to call you out. I'm not. But about preserving land we don't need, I really feel like we're preserving land we don't need. And someday when it's all said and done, when Dayton Parkway actually gets built, that's when we've solved our problem. And Fernbrook is safer, and we won't ever build this road. I just feel that it'll just won't happen. Especially when people start looking at the dollar cost. Every single year you look at it, there's not just Dayton Parkway to be built. There's all the infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt, and we have to ask ourselves, are we going to commit all this money? And so I just feel like it's never going to get built.
So and maybe this is something that we need to think about harder. I can agree to the amended alignment with the condition that the council then starts to look at 129th. Because if we look at the traffic volumes that are included in our packet, we need to address 129th, I think, sooner than development occurs.
I said, well, we can't really address it, though, until we have a place for it to go. I mean, if you just ran 129th over to Zanzibar, that's not going to solve anything. Because Zanzibar has to connect to the south.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Because then that forces the issue down. If we're looking away from Fernbrook and the traffic counts on Fernbrook, I can get behind that. If we push the traffic over to Dayton Parkway, like you're saying, then we need to address Dayton Parkway.
Mm-hmm.
but we have to push it across 129th first.
I mean, the council members I know at the meeting, and I think everyone's in favor of pushing 129th. We know that it's out in time,
Yep.
and there'll be a little bit of challenges working with the park, but I think it's possible. I think it's a no-brainer.
I think I can get behind that. From the way the traffic counts are showing, it seems to make sense. It would be interesting to see what the traffic studies start to look like with 129th connected, because that's not one of the things that's shown.
Correct.
That's one of the things that's concerning to me as we look at this. In what I said earlier, right, we're not in staging for that area, so it's not going to matter, but
Well,
I think we need to figure out how we're going to get across that wetland
when
there.
we pave, we'll have somewhat of an answer once we pave the south side of Zanzibar.
Right.
Because at that point, 125th will serve that to some extent. And I think you're going to see some unhappy people in Fernbrook. But we'll see.
I think the other caveat that I need to throw on there is we need to look at and figure out safety improvements for Fernbrook.
At the last I think it was the last council meeting, you guys talked pretty extensively about roundabouts. So they're on it.
Okay.
They talked I mean, that's obviously a county road, and it's a process, but
There's a few changes, yeah. 129th and roundabouts, I think will make their way into the next comp plan.
I can get behind those two as we to approve the amendment to the current transportation plan.
I still have the same opinion, so.
Fair enough.
everyone's opinion is important.
Yeah.
I do respect
yes.
everybody's thoughts.
All right. So we have a motion
And a second.
for approving
Option 2.
No,
The amended
not approving of
transportation plan.
To the amendment
Yes.
to the transportation plan.
Yes.
That's what I'm approving,
Yes.
not option 2.
That's correct. Okay.
With the caveat, can I add the caveat?
You can probably add all you want,
That we
but
need
that's
to-
really up to them.
That we need to further look at safety improvements along. I'm going to throw out, we need to look at the Dayton Parkway.
We need to solve Dayton.
We need
We're
to-
not going to get the answer or build it,
No.
but we need to figure out how it's going to proceed through 117th.
What we need to do right now,
Yes.
though, is give a priority. So is that the priority? 117th?
I think that was part of the land use and coming up with the master planned area.
So 117th, Dayton Parkway, I'll say 117th to 125th. I mean, from there, it's
Yep.
pretty straightforward on Zanzibar. So.
Yep.
And then, is it fair to say the next priority is safety on Fernbrook?
I
Because
think that's first.
do you want to do low-hanging fruit first?
Well, those will go into the comp plan.
Yep.
That's really the only way we can address them in the short term, is to at least set up the comp plan so that it looks at that. But to me, the next immediate need is that study area, and that includes how we get the parkway up.
How we get the parkway up?
And right now, we got nothing.
Yep.
So,
And the 129th connection's a no-brainer once that parkway goes.
It's a no-brainer, but I think we need to start looking at.
We need to get the line on the map. Next time we have a chance to put the line on the map.
We need to start looking at that wetland that's there. Because
On 129th?
On 129th.
You go north of it. You skirt north of it and down.
You say that now, but you're starting to cut through the park.
Yeah.
Yep, that's why we got to cut through the park.
We need to start having those conversations if we can do that and what we can do.
We have to negotiate a land swap, just like we did with the roundabout at Pineview. And I don't think that's going to happen for 10, 15 years, so I think we just, personally, Peter, we just need to get the line on the map and deal with the negotiations closer to the time frame that's happening, because that's a ways out. Because we don't need to build that until Dayton Parkway.
But do we know we're going to the north? I mean, if we're not guaranteed that land swap, do we need to preserve the land on the south side there? And that's.
I don't think we can go through the south side, to be honest. We maybe could.
I mean, the south, that's part of a
box
development right
culverts.
now.
There's,
I mean, it's going to be nasty if you do it, but yes, was anything's possible, it just costs more money.
yeah. So it's just,
I think we should vote.
all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Hey,
All right, motion passes 3-1.
So you just passed the amended alignment? That's what the council has. I mean.
Yep.
this is only a recommendation. You still
It's a
got
recommendation to the council.
5-hour meeting with the council.
I just want some clarity is all.
Yep, it's a recommendation to go to, for the
Amended alignment.
amended alignment to go to council for the transportation plan amendment.
And Mr. Chair, just for anyone who still is here or listening at home, this goes to the council on June 13th, not the 27th that the first item is going on.
Gotcha.
But wait, there's more.
We already talked about number 9.
Yeah,
so
we got number 10.
Number 10.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Any new business?
Oh, come on.
I just wanted to say that Ryan better be having this child right now, or his wife better be.
Right.
Because he would have been the 5th vote and we'd have been done.
They'll be named Fernbrook.
All right. You made a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is adjourned, or meeting is adjourned.